Good morning, everybody. Happy Sunday. Unfortunately, we are not going to be able to do a multiplayer session because the hacking problem is still a thing, and I don't want to risk it. But we can still play. We can still do streams and hang out and vibe for the day. So, that's what we're gonna do. So let's just begin, I guess. Was watching a guy build exclusive NOR gates with vacuum tubes, but train good. Train very good. Train always good. I do hope, too, that they fix the problem sooner rather than later. Hope. Sorry. You can still terrorize us with industry placements. Yes, I totally can. I was gonna start building yesterday, but we kind of had this arrive in the mail. And so I was spending all the day just messing around with it, rather than actually playing train games. So, didn't really get anything done on starting on the coal mine. But, hey, that just means you guys are going to see me suffer from the very beginning. It'll be great. I feel like the title of the stream should be torturing myself with the worst coal mine railroads in line history. I was hoping they'd do one of those in 009. Haven't they already? Hold on. I think it's time for a quick Google search. Mini trains. Well, I guess it's HON 30, but... Products, steam locomotives. Yeah, hold on. Stream source. Let's go for Le Cringe, because that's the thing where we look at eBay. Change it to the correct tab. And presto. It's HON 30, it's not 009, but I think that's the closest you're going to get on short notice. Well, I just got fire again. You're welcome. Don't worry, mine caught fire too. That tiny little locomotive was $170. But she has DCC, she has sound, she has a really impressive keep alive on her, honestly. We were surprised how little she stalled when she was running, but don't worry, you're not the only one with a wallet ablaze today. Hello, Johnny. Welcome to the stream. This might be a slight problem. Five. I find it funny how many people are joining after I showed off the locomotive on camera for a moment. I can do it again. It's not that hard to do, but I can even actually take it out of the box. You know what? Let's do that. Hold on. Only problem is this Bachmann box seals itself so well, it's really hard to open a second time. There we go, okay. Box is open. Get out the protective plastic layering. Just as it's starting to rain in game. Perfect. Beautiful. Beautiful. Open said protective plastic layering. Shove that all into my bed so I don't have to worry about it on stream. Turn on the cat cam so I can show this off to the 5 people who joined after I showed it off the first time. But it's here, boys. We got ourselves the 5K sub special engine. Let's go. When will they allow us to alter the height of industries and facilities? When pigs fly, boy. Quick, get them onto an airplane. It'll be pretty easy. Just here in time to witness the trench logo. Let's go, let's go. Good, that means I don't have to do it for the 15th time. Let's go. There's 17 more people joining the stream. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if that happened. Bachmann boxes are like that. Also, that engine is bigger than I expected. Yeah, they are kind of like that, but this one's worse just because it's got a smaller footprint. But yeah, no, it's a surprisingly... It is both really small and larger than I expected. It's around like 5 inches long, something like that. No, excuse me. How am I going to make this industry work? Wait. I'm starting to realize how stupid this switching arrangement is going to have to be. This is going to be such a headache. What the heck? Do you play Team Fortress 2? No, I do not. Tried it once, wasn't my cup of tea. I'm really not a huge fan of first-person shooters in general. The only shooter I've really ever played was Splatoon, which I still do play pretty religiously. I love that game, but it's the first and the last shooter of any real kind that I'm probably going to play. That is not going to work. Who else is watching from their office? I mean, technically, I'm watching from my office. Does that count? And whose fault is that? Oh, I know. I am well aware that this is my own demons that I must tackle, but that's the fun of it all. I can still complain. Doesn't mean I have a right to complain, but I can still try to. Is this an Around and Through the Trees playthrough? No, it's just a really stupid industry placement playthrough. Because if you look at where we are with this coal mine, and you look at the map, and you look down this cliff face right here, Yeah, the smelter is down there. And we somehow have to get rails from the smelter all the way up to here. So this is going to be great. Need a tiny chew cam for the trench loco. I mean, I could put her on the, could just leave her there. And presto. You now got a camera just for watching the locomotive as she sits there doing nothing. Just asking if you're planning on not cutting down the trees. Oh no, I'm not that much of a masochist. Or wait, is it a masochist or is it a no, masochist. Right? Sadism's the one where you take pleasure off of other people suffering, right? Hello, PNA. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. But you do that too? Yes, I know. I'm both a masochist and a sadist. I just want to make sure I know which one I'm citing at the right time, you know? Don't want to mistakenly call myself a sadist when I mean to mention the masochism, you know? What if you put a tiny camera on the train and live stream the train going around once your layout is done? See, I'm actually thinking of doing something like that, because there is a local ON30 club. Not in town, but, well, okay, they're like local as in they're within the region, you know? And so I was thinking, well, what if we got an engine with a camera in the front of it and drove that around their layout? And that would give me an excuse to run a train on their layout. Though I think they already have a, they've already got a camera car for that layout. Probably wouldn't be live streamed though, because usually the club is like at shows, you know? It's a modular layout, it's not a, I need to lift this up like half an inch. So they usually are at like train shows rather than whatever, this isn't gonna work. Than in their own building, so there's not always Wi-Fi, but heaven forbid you should make such a terrible mistake. I know it's so horrible, man. Who would ever do such a thing? Roblox steal the stream? I don't play Roblox. I do know about that Steam game that people mentioned on the last stream, but I just don't play it. Did I tell you that me and TK live close to each other? Ooh, nice, nice. More Oregonians, let's go. Make wireless cameras the size of shirt buttons. Mount that to the smoke box door and you're golden. Exactly. Either that or figure out how to put it into a headlight. Well, the problem is the smoke box is actually where the speakers on the engine are, so it'd be kind of difficult to fit it in over there, you know? Not exactly impossible, but definitely tricky, you know? Speaking of sound, that thing sounds so nice. I'm hoping to get a video of random information about the trench locomotive that I haven't seen online yet out tomorrow. And so I've been testing all the whistles. Dude, there's like 17 whistles and 40 bell options that you can choose without ever having to touch the CV settings. You can just do it by using a stock DCC controller and a stock DCC system. It's great. I love it. So I'm probably gonna have a video that actually like shows off all the whistles, probably not the actual bells, because Jesus, I don't want to go through 40 bells for one video. I don't need that much. But I figured I'd make a video showcasing what whistle options you get, because I've had conflicting opinions online. There were some people that had one whistle, some people that had another. But I also figure I'd do a video actually showcasing the dimensions of the locomotive, because nobody's documented that all that well, and like the minimum radius and whatnot. Is it a soundtrack tsunami decoder? No, it is a TCS wow sound. Yeah, it's just TCS wow sound. It's TCS wow sound. And we have a TCS system, so it goes hand in hand on the DCC system we were using to test the engine. Let's go for 12.5. Did I tell you I got a DNRG Western Shay? What? An HO Shay in the Bumblebees game? That's an interesting and strange find. Soundtrack Tsunami decoder. Oh, don't worry. The next decoder they're going to come out with is a tidal wave. It just literally calls in the ocean. Kills everybody with too much water. But yeah, no, I've been loving the engine so far. We got her to handle a 9-inch radius curve, and her keep alive is like 4 seconds. Sorry, not 4 seconds. 9 seconds before her motors stop running. It's kind of insane. I posted a link for the Choo Choo Vision cab camera and backstage pass. Alright, I'll check that out in a little bit. I spent all day reworking track to get it to conform to the terrain more, so this is giving me pain. Don't worry, this world is pain, period. It's 2 truck and DCC ready. Oof, no DCC pre-installed. Are those... Nope. Cat. Nope. Don't want you messing with that box. Well, I guess I have to make sure I put away the box for my train so Durian doesn't chew on it. It's kind of important. Alright. Box is closed. Box is hidden away. She shouldn't do that again. Are those 9 seconds with sounds or and light on or off? It is with sounds off after 4 seconds, and then lights turn off at the end of the 9 with the motors. So basically, you're very happy with Snickerdoodle? Oh, 100%. I can't wait to give her a new cab. Make her really look proper and American. I've been streaming myself doing a tier 1 Locos only save. Would you ever try something like that? Maybe? It's not completely out of the question, but it's something that would be kind of tedious to do, you know? Because basically you'd only have Montezumas, Shays, and Porters, and that's not really a great selection. Yeah, sure, the fact that they're bad is what makes them interesting, but it's a possibility. Cat Noms the Trenchage. I mean, it was only in the box, fortunately, but I still don't want him. Want her destroying the box. It's brand new, man. We got it in the mail only 2 days ago or something like that. Actually, I guess it was yesterday that we got it in the mail, but still. I don't want that getting demolished by Cat Noms. Could just run double-ended Porter consists. If anything, we'd probably run Montezuma's linked to Shays, because that's like the best way to handle it. Gets you lots of speed, lots of power. I'm so bored I have Derail Valley pulled up on another tab. Based. I was planning to do Derail Valley, but I decided just to stick with this today. Not entirely sure why, but not my problem anymore. Don't have to. I have made my mind up. I don't have to worry about it. You ever considered getting an 0-30 Shay in the future? Maybe. It doesn't really fit in with the layout I'm trying to make right now, nor the layout plans I have for the future. It'd be fun to make an ON30 Annabelle, though, you know? Make a Lunar Ridge engine. But I've thought about it. I actually bid on a Shay a couple of weeks ago. Did not win it. It went to like $150. I was only hoping it would stick at $50. That's online handcar only challenge. When? God, please no. I don't want to suffer. I'm already suffering enough. Can you imagine how many Imagine... I'm just imagining one full tanker being pushed by 700 handcars up like a 0.5% crane. Porter has more usable tractive effort than the Zuma, but the Zuma does look a little better. You sure about that? So I feel like the Porters have been worse in my experience than the Zumas. Then again, I haven't really played with them much, so I don't know. I don't really care too much, and I don't really want... I don't really like running tank engines on the main too often anyway, so... Have you tried doing a pull test with it, or do you still need to buy some Thomas Kincaid abominations for it? We don't have enough ON30 equipment to really do a pull test, but we do have HO equipment. We could do that. I kind of wish we had one of those tools that actually tests the pulling power of an engine, but unfortunately we don't have one of those. So we're probably just going to have to use some HO freight cars or something like that, since, you know, we have like 700 HO freight cars. It's absurd how many things my father has. But Porter T2 goes 1 mile per hour faster than the Montezuma. Really? I thought it was also capped at 16. Maybe it just... interesting. Maybe it displays differently or something. It's a little strange. I think you might need something smaller than the 3-foot gauge. Oh, absolutely. On this mountain, 100%. We need 15-inch gauge, buddy. The Zuma never gets to 16. Most of them never get to 16 in my experience. Like, it's just a little quirk of the system. They all mark that they can go to 16, but they technically never reach that cap because they're barely just short of it, because the game never wants them to actually hit 16 miles an hour. So a very American view. Tank engines are fine on the main line. Just not my cup of tea. I'm fine with them if it's something that the railroad has specifically chosen to do. Like, say you got something like a Class 48 out there, but I also kind of hate the Class 48 in general. So the Porters are more industrial locos to me. Don't really fit in on the main. Bridget, there's something called spam, and you're kind of doing it. Please stop sending similar or identical messages, or else I will have to mute you. It's better Southern Pacific GS4 or Southern Pacific MT4? GS4. I don't know what the MT4 is, but I mean, I'm of course going to be slightly biased. I live in Portland. Come on now. We've got the 4449. World's prettiest little loco. Oh, I guess she's not really little anymore. Course, ON30 is 3 foot and the trench is 2 foot. ON30 is actually 2.5 feet. That's the reason it's so popular, is because it's able to do both. It's able to accommodate 3 foot and 2 foot stuff at the same time, because it's not really one or the other, and so that allows you to model one or the other or both, and people like that a lot. It's great flexibility. When you have a 1/4 mile long unbraked coal train being hauled by an 060. See, at that point, I just wouldn't even run the train to begin with. I don't want a train that long. Ever wish you could just skybridge with a steel trestle? Not really. I really don't like skybridging. It looks ugly, and again, this game, one thing I feel a lot of people forgetting about this game is it is a game for rail fanning about as much as it is for actually running the trains logistically. So I kind of like trying to stick to the mountains and trying to make it look decent, Emphasis on try there. But I think I'm probably going to need a steel bridge here, actually. Hold on. If a train ever got that long in game, it would bring a 4090 to the ground. Exactly. Exactly. Okay, let's go ahead. Let's get 21. No, let's go for 20 meters. Also, I'm a bit of an idiot. I forgot to replace the telegraph office off at the coal mine. Let's go do that before I forget, shall we? I don't like sky bridges, he says, building a sky wall. Yeah, well, it's a sky wall, not a bridge. What's the Dream 0 and 30 Loco you want to buy? This thing. Right here. I've already got it. I mean, I have to do some work to fix it up, but I've already ordered all the parts. So we're just waiting on a wooden cab to come in tomorrow so that we can replace it. Because this little engine is... I know we've been talking about it a lot earlier in the stream, but it can handle 9-inch radius. It's got DCC and great sound. It's got a keep alive that can keep the engine running for up to 9 seconds, up to 4 seconds with sound. It's able to... It's like 5 inches long. 5 3/8, something like that. So it's pretty small for 0 and 30. And it's it can handle a 9-inch minimum radius curve. And you know that's something I'm going to do on a channel project in the future. Isn't that a Baldwin World War I Loco? Yes, it is. It's one of those World War I trench engines. How's the train dream today? It's going pretty good, I'm very excited about that new engine we were just pointing out. Got that in the mail yesterday, and oh my god, it has been so fun running it. We put it on my father's model Rarity and just had it run in circles for like 2 hours. I still can't believe that there was a whopping 17 whistles and like 40 bells on this thing. Like, it's such a small engine. Though it was kind of comedic because some of the whistles were like Norfolk and Western Hooter, and then it sounded like a steamboat. If you had to buy an HO scale 44 or 49, which manufacturer would you pick? I probably wouldn't get one in HO, because we already have one in HO. I'd get one in N, and I would get a Kato one with DC. No, not DCC, just straight DC, because my father and I, we do a T-track operation, where we just run trains in circles, and we let the kids run the trains, you know, at these train shows, and it's a great way for us to engage with the youth, and allow them to have a hands-on opportunity to try running trains. And one thing I've noticed is a lot of the time people will say, "Oh, that's the train your father rides to work," when it's like an Amfleet car or two. Like, it's very clearly not the case. But they think it's the case. They recognize the situation and try and identify with it, and it helps to create bond and connection with the memory. And so I would get an N scale 4449 because a lot of people can recognize that engine. A lot of kids can say, I rode behind that a couple of years ago. Unfortunately, they can't say I rode behind it this year anymore, but... If only the game had some options for rotating tracks so it could try making a roller coaster online. Gosh, could you imagine if we made a little, like, helix, we had a chain lift hill, got ourselves a loop-de-loop. Thomas and Friends, we have considered buying a Thomas the Tank Engine. That's another option. All the talk about the LN30 layout and Snickerdoodle has made me want to get an LN30 Betsy, perhaps even a tiny shelf layout with the freight depot and a small yard. Do what I'm doing, just make a Snickerdoodle, you know? She's got DCC, she's got sound, she's surprisingly small. I mean, admittedly, $180 is not cheap for a locomotive, but... Hold on. Got measuring tape right here. Let's quickly check. How long is this thing? Not including couplers. 13.8 centimeters, which roughly translates to 5 3/8 inches. So, and hey, you could build a full loop of track on a 2x4 sheet of plywood. Buying a Thomas and removing the Thomas part? Oh, no, we'd buy a Thomas and leave it as Thomas because it's something that kids would recognize when running the trains around. 180 for Snickerdoodle. I've seen DCC and sound porters go for more than that. I know the ON30 is kind of expensive, but it is a pretty recent production. And so on Train World, they currently have it on sale for $170, and then it's just like plus $12 for shipping or something like that. So. I've done that with my club's holiday layout. We're in CT. I'm not state smart enough to know that. Hold on, is that Connecticut? Or am I really dumb? Is there a state I'm forgetting? Along the Northeast Corridor, we have a bunch of Metro North coaches and appropriate loco. Nice. It's a really good thing to do, honestly. And I've kind of personally had to remind myself not to correct people because here the Amfleet coaches aren't actually the ones that run on the Amtrak Cascades, which is the local single-decker train that is like a commuter service between Portland and Seattle. Because everybody's like, oh, that's the train your dad rides to work, and I'm just out here like, you need Horizon coaches for that, though. Either that or the tiny Talgo cars that have been kind of out of service. Okay, I did get it right. Let's go. It's Connecticut. Start complaining about the prices of ON30 locos. Look, I don't have as much money as most people. I am a poor kid who likes running trains and has made a small internet following surrounding it. Aren't they planning on using Siemens Venture coaches eventually for the Cascades? Probably. It wouldn't surprise me. It's a local single-decker commuter train in the region, and so it makes sense. There's Spectrum locos, so they're double the price. I can't believe that Bachman's original price listing for these dang locomotives was like $470. Jeez Louise, dude. I want that Spectrum 040, but it's $315. Look, for a steam engine, for a Porter, it's kind of cheap for $315. 611 cool. I've ridden behind her before. Back in 2019, I got to ride behind the 611. It was fun. Bachman is expensive here too. Oh no, it's expensive everywhere. Don't worry, it is a nightmare. But that's why I'm glad I was able to find it for like $170 at Train World. Because holy crap, I don't want to be spending. How much money was it? $470 is the list price. I don't want to spend that much. With a name like Cascades, if the interior isn't one giant shower, I'll be disappointed. Honestly, the Cascades is really, really great. The interiors on those cars, they have informational panels that tell you about what's going on in the surrounding region as you pass through it. It's a blast. If you haven't been to the Oregon region and ridden behind that, or I guess really more the Washington region, but if you haven't been out here to the Pacific Northwest, you totally should be. It's a blast. It's good fun. I tell you that I might get one of the new Broadway Limited GS4s at the end of the year. Broadway Limited's making a GS... Oh, wait, probably in HO scale. Right. N scale isn't the only thing that Broadway Limited makes. Train is missing from the... Oh, you're right. Hold on. There she is. And for comparison, I have another freight car up here. It's a crane car. It's a derrick. So it's not the best representation, but it's around the standard length for a Bachmann car, a Bachmann freight car. Aside from the crane, of course, but try and line this up here. You can just see how much larger, or how small this engine really is. That's a 25-foot freight car there, and yet it's longer than the Locomotive. Honestly, I'm torn between the 040 or the Shay for my layout. I'd go for, well, if you're actually trying to do in the mac and cheese meme, Dak, I would recommend going for the Shay because you're gonna probably need the stronger power. But if you're just looking for a small ON30 layout, I'd go for the Porter because, again, that thing can handle 6-inch radius curves. You do need to buy specialized equipment to match the 6-inch radius curves, but that thing would be able to basically handle any curve you throw at it. It's great. been out to the Pacific Northwest almost 20 years ago. Rode the Mount Rainier, my only ride behind a Climax or Heisler ever. I don't know. I might have ridden behind a Heisler before down at the Oregon Coast Scenic Railroad. Not sure. I should get out to the Mount Rainier. Haven't been there, I don't think, ever. Maybe once. It's been many, many years, though. The Locomotive was meant for trench railways. That it was. And the cars that the Loco was meant to carry, that was meant to pull, are... Hold on, let me get a measuring tape out there. About this long. This is kind of the worst way to demonstrate. I don't have one 18-foot car. I'm sorry, guys. But yeah, no, she's a tiny engine designed for tiny freight cars. I'm leaning to the Shay because they have the 12% grade and they can handle those in real life. Well, they might not be able to handle it in ON30, honestly. 12% is kinda steep. Just saying. I see what happened. Somebody put the front brakes on the Loco on really, really hard and it shortened. Exactly. The Locomotive ate its tender. Alright, let me put away this epoxy real quick. So we're at the breaking point. This is the part of the railroad... Oh wait, we're not quite there, are we? Hold on. We're very close to the breaking point, though. Let's go for 37.5. Will you ever ride the Sumter Valley Railroad in Sumter, Oregon? Maybe. Might be a bit till I actually get the ability to go on a vacation anytime soon. And when I do, I've probably got higher priorities, but could be fun. Breaking point of what? Our collective sanity? Exactly. No, we're almost at the breaking point where we're going to make it over that tiny, well, not tiny, but that very important hill that might completely kill us. Oh, how's your day going? Hello, Bob. It's going well. We've got ourselves a nice little ON30 Loco that came in the mail yesterday, and I'm really excited about it. It's been good. Okay, let's go for 32.5 meters. I don't know if they would let me bring my hill to the model train store and let me test my hill. Oh gosh, could you imagine waltzing into a store and being like, hey, can I run one of your locomotives on this? And you just pull out a 12% grade. I want to make sure this thing can haul my trains, you know. I don't want to buy it if it can't. Legendary. I mean, admittedly, I kind of want to do something like that where I go to the local club here in town and say, hey, can I run your engine on your, or my engine on your layout? It's so in 30. She's very pretty. She doesn't look European anymore. You don't have to hate on her. Can I please run it? Narrow gauge with the Heisler, 2 50-tonners, 2 Mikados, 1 under inspection, 1 being rebuilt. Oh, I didn't know about the 50-tonners or the Heisler, but I knew about the engines. I know about the mics. My 0-30 can't, Shay can't run a 15%. Is it really a prototypical locking engine? That is the one thing though, like why do you even want a 12% grade DAC other than just to flex? Is there actually like a reason to have that on this sort of railroad? And we have a little bit of a problem here, chat. Because we want to go to the left as much as is possible, but I need a 30-meter curve to do that. Maybe I can go for like 40 meters, but still, that's stupid sharp. But the reason we want to do this is because the ironworks is off to the left. And I want to try and meet up with the ironworks where, if possible. So I think we're just going to have to accept we're just going to have to take the L and have a 40-meter curve over here. For some logging, it was useful for getting the logs out of the timber, but lower grades are always better. Exactly. Heard some story of a 20% on some Cali logging railway. I know that the Cass has like a 15 or an 11% somewhere, the Cass Scenic Railway out in Virginia. College right now, so with no space or money. See, it's part of the reason I wanted to get the trend show locomotive. I can't dispel the money thing because this hobby really is expensive, but I did want to try and dispel the space thing because I do want to eventually build a 2x4 layout for Snickerdoodle. We're going to get ourselves some tiny little freight cars. We're going to get ourselves a small engine shed, a logging caboose. It'll be good fun. Oh god, what is this? Wait. Am I going to need another sharp... Wait, can we bridge this? If we can bridge this, I think we're going to be okay. I'm not sure we're going to be able to, though. Oh, gosh. Roaring Camp in Santa Cruz and Yosemite Mountain and Sugar Pine both run 12%. Whew. Real fun trip if you can get to California. We've gone to California before. But it's been many, many years. My father and I went and we rode the Sierra in Jamestown. It's good fun. But that was when I was like 5 years old. Also, this would have to be a sky bridge, and I hate that. That's what a 3D printer is for. A 3D printer is like $300. Okay, maybe this is more like 150 if you get one of the. I was looking at the resin printers, but I have considered buying one because I think it could be fun, but also like I think I need to focus on actually building the models I already have before I consider actually getting any printers, you know? Hello, Speed. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. You know, I'm probably just going to have to skybridge this. One skybridge, as long as I actually build up the foundation, it won't kill me. But you only have to buy it once. Yeah, and then you look at the price of a car, you know. Like, even if you buy the parts, you still need to buy the couplers, you still need to buy the trucks. And so overall, you'd have to get, like... And also you need the expertise to actually build and design the cars yourself. Ah. Keyboard. And so filament or resin, it would be a lot of work for something that might not even save you very much money in the long haul, or even in the short haul. Or I guess it would be short haul or even in the long haul, whatever, word's hard. But you can buy those in bulk, yeah, but it's still pretty expensive to get them. I guess if you're going for a filament printer, though, it wouldn't be quite so bad, but... See, I'm somebody who would want to get an actual resin printer. I wouldn't want to stoop down to filament, personally. Not that filament is bad, it's just that I much prefer the detail. $300 initial purchase plus more hours of your time than imaginable learning how it works equals being able to make rolling stock for $2 per car. Exactly, exactly. Sam's Trains made a few locals for the cost of one. I have seen that, actually. I've been considering... Well, okay. I've been thinking for the far future that could be a fun thing to do, but... Right now, I'm kind of stuck with whatever. I don't have the money for a 3D printer, and I'm sort of just stuck with what I've got. Plenty of models out there, but you could also pay someone to design a car or two, car from a photo or two, so long as you have the dimensions. Well, at that point, if you've got the dimensions, you just need to learn the 3D modeling software, right? Hold on, let's just get a thin layer of bridges out here so that we can build the bigger bridge up top real quick. And when locos cost several hundred each, look, I'm not going to recommend that people actually try and build their own locomotives. I know they cost several hundred each, but that's a level of skill that I don't think most people are going to have. And I do not qualify for that either. The problem I'm running is not IRL 12%, but a model train 12%. Wait. Oh, okay, yeah, never mind. Chat. Weird. Definitely not planning an Owen30 Montezuma with no 3D modeling software or experience. Welcome to the club. I mean, people scratch build all the time, 3D print it. Not that I've seen. I mean, yeah, like some dedicated modelers do, but general populace doesn't. And I am more in the general populace segment than I am in the modeler, like scratch builder category there. So let's go ahead and get some pillars for this real quick. Donk. Donk. There we go. One layer of bridge. Let's go for 2. The 12% hill I'm talking about is an Owen30 hill. Dak, have you ever considered, like, not doing a 12% and not having to worry about all that? Because it would make your life a million times easier. Bonk. Just finished cleaning out my Discord, leftover 40 servers, and cleaned up my DMs. Nice, nice. I should probably do that eventually too, but... haven't called in a while. I swear, if I'm getting close to 600... I swear. I have been in way too many servers in my lifetime and had way too many friends. I honestly have lost track of what I'm trying to do here. Ironworks, ironworks, ironworks. This is going to be interesting, to say the least. Now you have minions instead of friends. Exactly. We have the little yellow guys that everybody totally loves and doesn't post ironic Facebook memes about. I kind of hate the fact that those guys have ruined the word. That is way too big of a place. I'm gonna need to put down so many signs that warn players to go slowly on this route. Cause, yeah, you're not gonna want to be speeding around a 30-meter curve up here. I'm in 16th servers now and have 23 DMs open. Let me see, how many am I on? You know what, I'm curious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 servers for me. Guess I should probably cull that number a bit more. Someone give me the non-choo-choo translation of whatever that 12% means. Double points if you type it out in Cyrillic. But in English, because I don't know Russian. So, 12% A percent grade is for every 100 units of measurement you go horizontally, 1% would be that you go up 1 unit of measurement of that same measurement. So if 100 feet, you go up 1 foot. 100 inches, you go up 1 inch. 100 meters, you go up 1 meter. So 12% would be for every 100 feet, you would go up 12 feet. Meanwhile, I'm only in one server. Keep it up, man. Keep it up. Don't get sucked into too many servers. It's hell. It's so dumb. Speed, for the court record, you no longer are. I probably... Man, now you guys have just gotten me thinking I should go and axe a couple of servers real quick. I probably shouldn't do it on stream. But it would be easy to do. It wouldn't be hard. But I don't know what ones to axe. I'm in 16 servers, but only active in 6. I'm on 21, and I'm only active on, like, 3. Oh, geez, wait a minute. Speaking of something on Discord, that's $100 tag. The video camera looks great, but also, Jesus, how would I... That's a lot of money. I don't have that cash. I mean, I could, but I don't. I spent all my money on the, on Snickerdoodle. I can't afford to buy more. I can't afford my mortgage this month. But I guess $100 for a camera that small and that consistent isn't the worst. Set up Ko-Fi for the Could you imagine if we had a camera, like just a video of the camera running at full speed or full steam or something, and it's just one of the membership bonuses for $3 a month. You can get to see occasionally me running a train with the camera on it. Now, 130 meters seems to be about how much we're going to go with this. Occasional model layout tours via the front of a chop. We love autocorrect in this household. Ooh, sounds fun. Yeah, it would be fun. It would be good. And it could be another fun little incentive for people to actually get the emotes so that I can unlock more emote slots over time. There is a small problem with this, though. Which is that it doesn't actually record sound, it only records video. And all it says is camera resolution of 2 megapixels, which I assume means 1080p, but I don't know off the top of my head. I'm just imagining, and if you pay for the 30 membership, you will silence. I do not wish to be choo-choo anymore. I wish to be happy. I wish to be free. Oh gosh, there is one problem with trying to fit a camera in the front of that train, though. Which is, if we did have sound installed, it's a sound engine that you're running on. Jesus, it would be so loud hearing the chuffs from the wheels. You know, if we hit 10k subs, I'll make an observation car that has either that or a caboose that has one of those cameras in it. Because the engine would be fun, I just don't think it would be very practical. According to Google, 2 megapixels is about 1080p. Sounds about right, sounds about right. Regular HD. Fit the camera on a flat car in front of the Loco so it isn't as close. That is a possibility. Isn't this also an Are You OK playthrough? I've given up on that. I just want to test my map. Are You OK would be fun, but if I want to actually test the map, I can't stick to those strict rules because most players aren't really going to be playing by them, so... Okay, so it's working fine. Good, good. That's just auditory realism at that point, you know, true. True. Seeing my own 30 project will now require a minor financial contribution. I do think I will have videos available to members early, if I can get them out earlier. And we're going to have some special things that aren't really things that actually matter to the layout, but are just fun side projects. Those will probably also be member-only videos. That's what I'm expecting will happen. Donk. Put a teeny miniature film crew on a car, so it's literally a camera car. Just have these guys roaming around, try to document the railroad. Even better, make them look like they're time travelers. Imagine putting a cam in a model train car that's connected to that Magna Rail thing, and you get a POV of driving a car around a layout. Car is an actual car, not rolling stock. That sounds like a very heretic thing to say. It's not a train, you know? Heresy, I say. Should have a save where all of your highest tier members build up each industry on a map and then the lines get built afterwards. Kinda. It's not how I go, Speed. Like, y'all come in with all these ideas, but generally I like to do things my way more than anything. Oh gosh, we are totally not going to make it down to the ironworks in time. Jesus. Look at how high up we are. Look where the ironworks is. It's kind of hard to see through the trees, but it's there. Not time travelers, make them Annie and Phil. Could also do Orakai curled up and sleeping in a boxcar. Heck yeah. I don't know about you, but I hate the 1,000-meter curves. I like them. They're nice and smooth. I like having some sort of curve rather than just having straight track. It's nice. Well, that is understandable. It would be really fun to see each member's build style. It would be, but that's something that y'all can do in your own time if you really want to, you know? And besides, I don't think everybody would want to build. And I know I would just get upsetty spaghetti about people who kind of build really bad tracks. Alright, I think we're gonna have to do something a little bit janky here, but hey, it's the narrow gauge. You gotta have the authentic jank experience, right? Just seems too wide. Well, that's kind of the point to me. Like, if you've got flat straightaway segments, why go for perfectly straight track when you could have a slight curve to it, you know? I spend most of my time correcting my friend's track laying, so I know you're... Yeah. I very much am a control freak when it comes down to the actual operations of railroads for whatever reason. Overland's Rio Cumbre is like that. He had friends build sections for him and then complains about the yeah. Fact is, though, hey, if somebody builds something, it's still an idea and it's still a starting point, you know? It may be terrible and need a rework, but at least it's something to start and be a diving board about, you know? Upsetty Spaghetti describes my original smelter line. Pretty sure the curve was like 60 meters most of the way and then 20 meters at the end. All on a 4% downhill. Jesus. Can get an HO skill RC bus. I'm not too surprised by that. I mean, I've seen cars that are smaller than that, right? Teeny tiny little RC cars. Anyone else remember that time in history class when we learned about the Portland Revolution, how the monarch of Portland, Louis the 16th, was decapitated by a train? Okay, have you not heard about the Great Erie Gauge War? Because that's a fun little train story. So basically what happened with the Great Erie Gauge War, I don't know all the details, I only know the basic overview of the story, but there was a town, I believe it was Erie, Pennsylvania, back when trains were really starting to be a thing, and basically they had a law that said that if two railroads came into town, or if any railroad came into town, they had to change gauges. So you couldn't have like a 3-foot gauge railroad that went straight through town. You had to change to a 4-foot gauge railroad if you were using 3-foot or something like that, right? And basically the idea for this was the town was going to make a lot of money because they were going to artificially create jobs by forcing the railroads to stop in town. So, this went on for a while, and then one of the railroad barons is like, why the heck should I have to do this? And I'm just going to build the railroad how I want to. And so he just built the railroad how he wanted to. And of course this made the townsfolk pretty angry, and they made a riot and started pulling up the railroad that was just built through the town, because it was against the law. Of course the law was unconstitutional, as was ruled later, but that's after the war broke out, because, they tore up the tracks, and so the railroad baron personally came out there on his private car, and which is an observation car, you know, that goes at the back of a train, and there's a little observation platform, and he pulled out his shotgun and he started taking shots, or a rifle or something like that, and he just started shooting at people. Of course, this didn't really make the townsfolk too happy, so they chased after him. He told the train to speed up, that he got away from it, except he didn't get away scot-free, because some people actually managed to jump on the train, and actually got on board, but the thing is, none of them remembered what they were doing when they actually got on. They didn't realize who this guy was or why they were actually mad at him. They didn't even realize that he had fired shots at them because the commotion of the crowd was just so chaotic that they all jumped aboard the hype train and tried to get this guy. And so soon after, I think there was a Supreme Court ruling that said, hey, this is unconstitutional BS, you can't actually do this, it's stupid, it's a bad law, screw you guys. And so yeah, that's the Erie Gauge War. It's not a very long story, but it is a very goofy one. I do think somebody actually died because they were shot by the railroad baron. So that's another fun part. Can't forget the 3 wars the Rio Grande fought against the Santa Fe. Ah, yes, that's also a good one. I don't know really much about it, but it's always funny to hear about the wars that spring up because somebody built trains. Oh, hey, Durian's up here. And it looks like she's going for the cat bed. Let's go. I hate how for some reason the camera doesn't work all the time. Very annoying. Hold on. Properties. Deactivate, activate. Okay. There we go. Also had to do with the Ohio gauge, as mandated by the state legislature of Ohio, setting the gauge of all track in the state to 4 foot 10 inches. That is weird. Anyone want to hear about how Czechoslovakia, a landlocked nation, destroyed a ship before the country existed with a train? That sounds like a fun little tale to tell. Go right ahead, go right ahead. Erie, Pennsylvania borders Ohio, and that was the basis of the gauge wars? Okay, okay, that makes sense. I thought it was just that you couldn't no two railroads could share a railroad gauge, and Erie, Pennsylvania had to be the end of the line for them. But I guess I was missing a few details. Sorry, Cat. Shiny Chew is the star today. Nope. Durian is always the star. Unless I can get a girlfriend cam up and running. But I don't think she'd appreciate that. Alright, so I'm looking at extended real quick. Because I don't actually know how far along we are. I'm gonna actually go and teleport back to the ironworks so that I can build it up. Okay, 110 meters isn't gonna cut it. So, or 110 angle. I think 112, hopefully? Durian is the sterile friend. Cam would be highly underappreciated. Hey, I'd appreciate it. It would be great. It would be excellent. It would be so awesome. It would be so cool. Do you see the absolutely ridiculous mountain of coal I made accidentally? Yes, yes, I've seen that. I've seen that. It was a very silly little thing. Oh. Okay. Well, that's a problem. I don't... Okay, good. I was gonna say I don't think I can delete this track. Fortunately, I was wrong. Should probably have this go up at like 0.5% to clear that hill, just so we don't get stuck in the hill again. That is not happening. Nuh-uh, we can't have it go that way. This might be problematic, to say the least. How the heck am I going to build this? Need shorter turnouts for sure. I honestly disagree. I think these turnouts are a nice length, as is. I do know that they're high-speed switches or whatever, but I think that's fine. Are you serious? How am I going to... Am I going to have to do something where... half a meter up, straight track... Building a yard out of the in-game switches is roughly equivalent to using 22-inch radius switches for an HO yard. So that's not that bad then, all things considered. I saw the title and thought, "Oh God, oh don't worry, we're struggling with it." It's been an hour and a half, and we're still trying to figure out how to simply make it so we can get to the ironworks at a reasonable pace. I can't even use a 50-meter... Okay, you know what? I think these are just going to have to be stub-end tracks that we switch out. I don't see how I'm going to reasonably make this not stub-end. But I've got a goofy little idea to try. What if we... Wait, is this curve really not sharp enough? Wow, okay. Mix it up a bit, but I'll tell the story anyways. World War I, Czechs and Slovaks promised a home. Russian Civil War, so they can't escape west to their soon-to-be homes. They go east across Siberia, unwilling participants in Civil War. Reach Lake Baikal, capture 2 ships, and put artillery on them. The Red Army sends 2 ships and a train to the naval battle. Czechs win, destroy the ships, and damage the train station. Least confusing battle of the Civil War, to be honest. That's kind of fun. That's a cute little story. We fought a naval battle and won it by blowing up the enemy's train. Stir starts a watch company. The watch cases should be made with sterling silver. This map building is driving him stir crazy. Oh yes, it absolutely 100% is. This is kind of insanity and it's pain. And we'll get it done, but oh my gosh. Feel like that curve is less than 30-meter radius. Oh, 100% is. I'm gonna have to edit it in Railroad Studio later. It is way too sharp. Whatever radius it happens to be. Okay, how the heck am I supposed to loop this back around in such a way that we actually get back to the current grade point? How am I supposed to do this? Well, while we're here, I guess we can go ahead and plop down one of these in the best place possible. We'll worry about that later. If you derail here, that's your own fault. Anyone here play Paradox Interactive? Aren't those the guys who made City Skylines or whatever? His cat, so I guess she's the exterminator. Dumb-tish. There's so many stir puns that can be made. There's never enough, though. There will always be room for more. Did the kitty squish Snickerdoodle? Oh no, she's smart. She doesn't squish the trains. She doesn't sit on them. I mean, it'd be kind of painful if she did. I've moved Snickerdoodle. She's out of the way. Darn, no Snickerdoodle pancake. On one hand, I would never want that. I don't want my engine to be damaged. She's brand new. I got her like yesterday. I don't want to destroy her. On the other, can you imagine what a Snickerdoodle pancake would actually taste like, though? I kind of want to try that now. That sounds like another one of these horrible food types, kind of like the nacho story, except actually somehow good, you know? I received my order of 64 croissant bombs, but realized they don't actually work outside of France. Just get a VPN, man. Easy solution. Okay, You know what? This is actually a prime opportunity for everybody's favorite type of switch. Y'all like derailing, right? I know I don't use these often, but I think this is actually like a really good spot for one, so I might as well. What exactly is a snickerdoodle aside from the loco? It's a type of cookie. It's a sugar cookie with a little bit of cinnamon in it, I think. I don't really know exactly what it's made out of, but it's very nice. It's a very classic little cookie type. I will not work there. That if that is a stream save. Oh, don't worry. I'll just send you off in this direction if we ever play in this save, just specifically to spite you. Not that I expect we're gonna play this as a multiplayer save ever, because I think it's gonna be a little too chaotic. But also, I don't think we're gonna have enough trains. I own a 3-way switch in HO, want to use it, but I don't have anywhere to put it. Well, see, just use it in ON30, problem solved. Just hijack its purpose and intent. It's actually something I'm probably going to have to do for the ON30 micro layout we eventually do. What the fuck, you got a cat cam? Of course I did, you twat. What do you expect? Twat is the only family-friendly insult I could come up with on the fly. Hello, Bup. Welcome to the stream. We actually have 2 cat cams, but only one can be active at a time because we kind of only have 1 cat. But as a German, I thought snickerdoodle was a slur. You know, guys, we have to use snickerdoodle as a slur for tank locomotives now. There you go. Any tank engines you ever encounter, call them snickerdoodle. Doesn't matter if they're actually the snickerdoodle. All that matters is you must call them snickerdoodle. Twat is most certainly not family friendly. I don't know what it means. It's the closest thing to family friendly I could come up with on the fly. I don't know. I legitimately don't know. I was thinking of something that I thought was much worse. I thought it was just a funny little quip. I've only ever heard it used as a funny little quip. Well, I guess it is time for Googling something cursed on stream. Hold on. Phone. No, I don't want pictures of snickerdoodle. Oh. Well, there's 2 definitions here, and I'm going with the first one, so ha, take that. No, I didn't actually know about that. Interesting, you learn something new every day. I've only ever heard it used in settings where people are trying not to swear. So, I have no clue why. I could have lived without this information. So can I please get up here? Is this wall really this stupid hard to climb? Okay, there we go. We warned you? More like spurred me on to look it up. Also, I should go for a 50-meter radius all the way up here. The fact is here, all it says is obviously the bad thing, but then it also just says British, a stupid or annoying person. Also, bless me. Yeah. Excuse me. Came out of nowhere. Attempting to climb an 85-degree wall. Why are you surprised you can't climb it? Because the game physics. You know how it works. You know how rare it's online is. Sometimes you're just able to do that sort of stuff and jump up these little straight, flat walls. Not always, of course, but often enough. As a half-Brit, I can confirm I am annoying. I'd explained to my gaming friends what growler meant last night. That sounds like a furry term that you don't want to Google on a live stream. So I'm not going to. I've already learned what what twat means. I think that's enough for one stream. What the fuck? You made? Yes, I made a third Discord survey. Of course I did, bub. What do you expect? Last one died, so I had to make a new one. And the first one, I'm not God, how many pings did we have on that server? Weren't we nearing, like... How many thousand was it by the end of that server? Oh, Lord. That was so much fun. That was so goofy. So if we had this big, I think we're gonna want to have this cut off earlier. Excuse me, thousands? Yeah, we had, hold on, I'll go look up the number. I have it in my one of my many Discord servers. It was 11,695 pings on one Discord server. It's great. Model Trains channel. Look, Bup. We have been talking about this little thing all day. I got a train in the mail yesterday. Of course we're gonna have a Model Trains channel. This sure is your Discord server. Exactly. You can tell by the lack of channels and by the trains. It's the classic way to identify that it's my server. Does it have trains? Yes, then it's probably mine. Oh gosh, I just realized I forgot to make this into an actual grade. I might be an idiot. Actually, I know I'm an idiot, but That's not really news. Rest in peace, Server 2. Man, it was so dead when I deleted it, though. You know, this is funny, actually. This is the second time we've brought up Discord servers today. Because earlier people were talking about how many they're in and how some people were trying to get rid of servers and some people didn't talk in many, etc., etc. How did it get to 11,000 pings, though? There was literally just a channel titled Ping Stir, and the only thing you did in that channel was Ping Stir. There's literally nothing else to do in the server. So, well, I guess we had a Minecraft channel or whatever. But yeah, no. People just pinged me because the channel was literally just for pinging me and nothing else. It was glorious. It was the dumbest thing I've ever done, but in the best way possible, you know. We don't have any mutual servers where I can ping everyone and tell them to ping you, but it would be a blast. But we should just get an alt account, make a special custom server where every day people have to ping it at least once or else they're banned. You must tag the alt account. Stir, check the very secret chat. No thank you. I'll check it after stream. Unless it's like super important, like, oh, there's somebody hacking something or something like that. But if that's the case, you just mention it here, so I'm not worried. Post-traumatic pain disorder. It's not, but it's a silly thing. Then I can wait till after the stream. Post-traumatic pain disorder. I think that's stretching it a bit far, Johnny. That's an impressive stretch, my friend. Is the server still alive, or did it die? No, there's a reason we're on server number 3. Server number 1 was just a small one for friends and for memes and literally nothing else. Number 2 was the last YouTube one we had. That one died because it became super inactive and I didn't really want to have the server anymore, and I didn't feel like passing it on to somebody, because, like, what's the point of passing on a server that is very specifically for me? You know? Server 2 died hard. Server 2 died about as hard as Geo started, man. This is gonna be so jank. In the best way possible. Should have given me owner for the bupper. We'll have the we'll just go for the bupper. That's the new name of the Sturver 2.0. Sturver is very much alive. Sturver 3.0 is, but 1.0 and 2.0 are very much not. They have gone to an early grave and are not going to be coming back. It's incredible how much Server 3 has grown in the last few months, from like 5 posts a day to like 20 to 30 a day. Dude, it was like we get 50 messages tops per day a couple months ago, and now if we get less than 100 messages a day, something is seriously wrong. But hey, channel growth. Gotta get those numbers up, man. Pipe bomb in all y'all's mailboxes even stirs. Why? Because I'm a little bit wacky. Oh, don't worry. Bup does that already. He's got you covered. He does that all the time. Speaking of which, have we... On my way to Ruins Thursday for the 10th day in a row. Only the 10th? I thought it was more than that. Did you miss one? Did we have a reset? We've also had quite a few member-hosted Rares and Line sessions with little disruptions. It's nice to see that those are coming back, because the big multiplayer sessions that I organized, those were hell. Those were dumb. I added in all the rules, not so partially because, you know, I am a little bit of a control freak when it comes to how railroads are run, but also just because there were so many trolls and I wanted to try and get people back in order and actually, like, try and be a community rather than just be pure chaos. That didn't really work out, but you guys seem to be doing things well, so... You guys seem to be having fun and organizing yourself in a healthy manner, so I don't need to intervene. Alright, who's ready to walk back up the entire route from the ironworks here all the way to the coal mine? Just to cut down trees. Why do you not announce pictures of your cat? Because we don't really have, I don't really take too many pictures of her, because I see her all the time, and so I don't think to, so... Minecraft server also had a short living. Yeah, I'm kind of... I really need to up my game and figure out who the hell did that bombing on the Minecraft server, because at this rate I might have to shut it down because it is just costing me money and people aren't playing on it at all. Minecraft server could come back, but everyone is too worried about the bombing. Yeah, because somebody was enough of a problem that they decided to nuke somebody else without any real understanding of why, and went out of the way to frame somebody else for the whole spiel, and it's just a mess. And so at this point, nobody wants to play because everybody's too afraid to get on, and the few people who aren't don't have anybody else to play with, and so interactions have gone to a minimum, if not outright disappearing. Hello, Pixelated Sheep. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Gonna put an end of track device on that spur? No. If you derail on that track, that's your fault. And it's gonna be fun because you know it's gonna happen. I'm fine with playing, but nobody else gets on to play with, so it's not as fun. Clyde does occasionally get on too. Nobody gets on because nobody trusts anyone because of the bombings. But the only, you know, Fly, I'm gonna say this, it's really suspicious that you're the only person who hasn't really seemed to be concerned about the bombings at all. Like, yeah, you moved away, you moved your house out, but you still connected it to spawn. Everybody else, like, I obviously have admin perms, I can just ignore any repercussions, but Rascal and Radio have both gone, like, and completely cut themselves off from the rest of the world because of this issue. Like, just saying, that's kind of suspicious. Some real wind gusts over here in New Zealand, and one of our railway lines is closed. I saw the picture you posted of that station with the roof that got blown down. I'm not concerned either, I just made another house to catch cod. Dak, I don't even know if you've really been on very much since the bombing happened. And besides, you're not somebody who can actually lose anything from the explosions. Because you barely got anything to lose to begin with. You're not somebody who spent hundreds of hours, or maybe not hundreds, but many hours trying to get something like netherite armor. Besides, I showed you my stats. I hadn't touched anywhere near enough TNT to do that sort of damage. See, Fly, that's actually not a point that matters anymore, because nobody's touched enough TNT except for Radio, and Radio clearly didn't do it. And so that means that the person had to have been smart enough to know that they had to use a deployer and had to use automatic crafting in order to avoid the statistics screen. And you're the first person who brought up statistics, basically immediately after finding out that all this happened. And the statistics just don't matter whatsoever. Like, sure, it could cover your tracks if somebody else had enough TNT, but everybody's tracks are covered in this instance, so that's not really a point that counts anymore. Because you would have had to use deployers and all this stuff. So I'm the suspect despite having never even played modded Minecraft before? Yes, because you're the person who had the most create stuff. You're the person who was online around the time that the bombing would have had to happen. And you're the person who played the most and had the most resources and the most access to all this. And you've clearly used the automatic crafters. You've clearly used the deployers. You're basically the only person who could have physically done this, but we don't know why you would have. And so with that, I can't really prove any conclusive things, but no one have a replay mod, not have chat logs. Even if we did, it wouldn't have mattered. Because nobody was on to use a replay mod. Except for Radio. So why would I pay you money if I was going to do that, or continue to pay you afterwards? I have no clue. Again, we really don't have any motive, so I cannot prove anything, but I will say this, Fly, you're basically the only person who had the opportunity to do this. because there was a clear time frame between, I guess, the one thing that doesn't make sense to me, aside from obviously, like, there's no clear motive whatsoever, is there is a very small window of opportunity to actually do this. So while you are the prime suspect, there's very much enough, I'm innocent but being framed. Fly, no, it's not that you're being framed, it's just that, like, there's so much evidence that points to you right now. Because the explosion happened around the time that that argument happened between me and Radio. Obviously, I know I didn't do it. But I'm the only other suspect who could have been on around that time. Because there's a time between when Radio was at the place that was blown up and left that place. Then you got offline at some point. Between Radio leaving that place and coming back to it and finding it completely blown up. So it's not that, the thing is, somebody had to be smart enough to frame me here, too. Who on the server is smart enough to do that? Whatever the case, I don't have any conclusive evidence. So just because I was the last person online, you refuse to believe that I have done nothing? No, it's not that you were the last person online that I refuse to believe you have done nothing. What happens is, God, there is so much to think about and so much to say here. You're basically the only person who had the materials and resources to do something like this. I mean, not literally the only person, but in mass scale, you're the only person who could have probably gotten away with this. Using the mechanical crafters to avoid upping your statistics. You are the first person to have even brought up statistics in the first place without anybody else having thought about them, so you knew about them at the time. You were the last person online between when Radio's base wasn't blown up and when we believe it first had been. But that's basically it. There's no actual concrete evidence, just a bunch of coincidences that line up here. And the fact is, whether or not you are the person who did this, nobody else is playing on the server, and it costs more than the $20 a month you're paying to play on it. And I think I have to shut things down at this point. Is it possible a hacker got in? I don't see how a hacker would have got in. We have chat logs. We would have noticed them. We would have seen them floating around. Is it possible that Radio blew up his own base? It is possible that Radio blew up their own base, but why the heck would they do that? Like, Radio is the only person who has crafted enough TNT to do that, and placed enough TNT to do that, but why? What the hell is the point? And if that's the case, why would Radio still be going out of their way to try and cover it up and try and blame somebody else rather than just saying, I'm moving it farther away? Why would they go to so much trouble to make everybody suspicious of everybody else on the server? It just doesn't make sense to me. Attention whoring? Well, if that was the case, wouldn't they try and build something cool to get everybody together rather than try to, like, actually just nuke themselves and leave? Because if you're going to be playing on a multiplayer server, what's the point of just, like, trying to get attention by ruining yourself? It's all just a mess. We don't have anything that actually proves anybody, but I don't know, drama mongering? That just doesn't make sense either. Someone's server boosted the server? Oh yeah, no, that was Bup. Alright. Aside from all this Minecraft chaos, we've actually made it to the coal mine. Let's go. What's the point in hacking into Rares Online and posting random signs and throwing things all over the place? Same reason, gets people talking, just saying. That is true, but that's harming other people, not yourself. The mine coal, yes, the amazing, the beautiful, the coal mine at the top of the world. Hey Elk, welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream. In the olden days, the reason I got Nitro and started boosting servers was because of Stir, so I figured this might as well. Back in 2016, or not, was it? It wouldn't have been 2016, no. It would have been back in 2018, 2019, back on Geostar. Coming by to watch Rares Online again while I play on my own save after having rebuilt my smelter line. It's a 4%. Nice. Gotta love some steep grades in this game. I personally am sticking to only 2% for this playthrough, but always fun to have a little bit of chaos. Wait a minute, was this 2% the whole way? Am I dumb? I'm giving you 175 since I joined the community. I would think you'd take my word that I haven't exploded anyone's base, much less radios. See, that is the big thing. Like, you don't have any motive. Nobody has any motive, though, and that's kind of the problem. Like, the best people who do are me and Speed, and obviously, again, I know I didn't do it. And Speed didn't have the opportunity to. But just because we don't know a motive doesn't always mean it's there. I'm not going to do anything because I cannot prove that you were hypothetically the person to do it, but all things considered, in the end, you are the most likely, you are the most active, and basically the only active person at this point in time. And, again, $20 a month does not come close to covering the cost of this server. And if only one person's going to play on it, it's not worth keeping up anymore. So I'm probably going to shut it down soon at this point. Regardless of verdicts, because it's just wasting my money. I can't keep up with it. Alright, I'm gonna pull up extended on my second monitor. Oh gosh, this ironworks looks crazy. I love it. Perhaps radio wanted you to frame you for blowing up their base, so he blew it up themselves. Did say you had an argument with them and that he was the only one. God, I keep messing that up. Who had enough TNT to do it. That I could be a possibility, but the problem is here, even with like me having all this evidence against Fly, I don't think Fly did it. Like, I'm still going to point out that there's all these coincidences. And I'm going to say, hey, that's kind of sus, but I don't really believe that Fly did it. So it's just all crazy bullshit because nothing makes sense. There's all these leads that lead into random corners and none of them, but there's nothing conclusive and nothing that really we can absolutely positively say is true. It's just a mess, man. But I don't think the argument would be enough to blow up somebody's base anyways. It was something about like whether or not a game element was fair. Sounds like a case for Hercule Poirot. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Got to get a real detective on the case. But the problem is there is... Wasn't it there a ridiculously overpowered minecart contraption? That's what we were arguing about. Because I honestly thought that it was way too powerful, but I wasn't going to nerf it, I wasn't going to change it, but again, that is another one of the weird points, because the materials for the drill were left at my base. Like, every single material element for the drill. And they were put in my chest, again, for somebody trying to frame me for whatever reason. So, has another confusing point. And I realistically cannot say with any confidence that anybody has done this, but I know somebody has, and that's the trouble. Don't you love a 4% grade change in the space of 5 meters? It's beautiful, it's glorious. So basically it's a situation of base got blown up at a random time, coincidences point to 2 different people. Well, actually, for all fairness' sake, coincidences point towards 3. They point towards Fly for all the reasons I have mentioned before. And they point towards radio because, again, we did get in the argument, there is always the possibility radio did want to frame me. And everything does go towards somebody trying to frame me in particular. But that brings up pointer number 3, which is ignoring the fact that I know I didn't do it. The evidence kind of points towards me in a more conclusive manner than anybody else. Like, for all fairness' sake, I was online during the time span where this incident would have happened. I was the only other person of us 3. I had a motive, even if not necessarily the strongest. It is the only real motive that we would have had, which is the argument that had happened earlier that night. I had the materials, the knowledge, the capability, and I had a back door so that in case somebody figured out the statistics screen, I could have just deleted my statistics, so I could just be like, oh, well, I didn't do it. So, nothing, so, if anything, everything points towards me, especially since I had a lot of gunpowder at the time. Like, radio had just given me some. So, like, It's all just a mess. But the end result of this conversation, while I can't conclusively accuse any one person, I can say nobody's playing on the server anymore, and I'm probably going to shut it down once the payment period is over. Also, hello, Nothing Mod. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I guess, though, it would be kind of sucky for, what's his name? That one dude who, for Dark Matter, who kind of just recently became a supporter specifically to join the server, and I'm out here talking about shutting it down. If you do shut it down, can I at least grab the save file? Yeah, of course, of course. I'm definitely going to grab a copy of the save file and let people try it out for themselves, because it just seems like a fair thing to do regardless, you know? You're being framed, and one of the two suspects had no motive. The third... Well, the thing is, both suspects had no motive. Like, no concrete one that we can pin down. Like, sure, this, like, oh, troll and try and nuke me, or whatnot, but... I don't know, that just doesn't feel like the most solid reason for somebody to actually want to do this. And the fact is, we could be horribly wrong. Because there are other players that got online between the point where we last knew for sure that the base was intact and when we knew for sure it was blown up. So the timeline is a horrible mess of events. So we, like, even with all this sort of like, oh, it's conclusive stuff, no, it really isn't. I don't know how long the devs will take, but I'm experimenting with making a universal player manager for Steam games, and it should work with Railroads Online. Ooh. That'll be fun. Hopefully can fix that hacker issue. I really hoped they would get it figured out by this stream, but... Unfortunately, no. Man, I miss when the Minecraft server was just something I saw in shorts and thought about becoming a member for until I remembered I don't like MC and Uni. I miss those days too. It was fun just being able to clown around, but... I had the gunpowder farm I have now back when all this... It makes sense. You know, that's true. You didn't have the gunpowder farm at the time, did you? That is another reasonable point to bring in. Have you considered a charged creeper spawned by a player with TNT? A charged creep... The holes weren't big enough to be charged creeper holes, and there was a block of TNT explicitly placed in Radio's base. Like, in the aftermath. So... Unless somebody is very creative and figured out to place that block just to get us away from the idea that they might have used a different type of explosive. Also, where the heck even are we in this darkness? Oh, okay, we're here, we're here. This is the cutoff point for Central Atlantic and Union's bridge across the valley. I remember this place. I would go for the day. It's late for me. That's fair. That's fair. Time zones are a fickle little thing. I won't lie, I've been tempted to end the stream early multiple times because I really want to play with Snickerdoodle a little more. I want to start messing with the engine and record a video for tomorrow. She's too addicting, man. And the holes left behind were too small to be and spaced out to be a charge creeper. Exactly, exactly. Basically had to be TNT. Or somebody very creatively placing creepers to explode, so. My takeaway from all this is that we should all be more like Durian, just chilling there. Yes, please. Less chaos, less explosions, more actual just vibing and having fun. Okay, we'll do this for 60 meters, and then we'll start turning back around to the right. Never mind, we're not going to turn around back to the right just yet. I was wrong. Also, I kind of wish it was daytime. I want to be able to see what the heck I'm even doing right now. Apparently the tracks are over here. Yep, they're there. Okay, let's go for 70. No, we'll go for 88 meters. If it curves at 70 meter radius. Are you kidding me? Did it clip into the ground or something? Oh, it totally did. We're gonna have to go at 1.5% downhill for a second here. Man, if I joined, then everyone would ask y'all where the wood, or why all the wood from around the main settlements disappeared. Oh, don't worry, we just have a ton of tree farms. Usually on a Minecraft server, I like to play the peaceful farmer, but I don't think I can consecutively afford the membership to join. I try and do the farmer role generally too, but it was what I was going to do before Chaos Incarnate. There is also the option, instead of just permanently shutting it down, having it like... I'm going the complete wrong direction. Having it temporarily shut down and change the server and the way that it works, both so that we have better tracking, so that if somebody places a block or blows up a block of TNT, we actually know who did it, and it tells us what happened. But also so we have a more expansive mod list, because a lot of people have been suggesting random mods that they think would be fun additions to the mod pack, and I didn't really want to change it because I didn't want to have to change the entire server and tell everybody, yes, please update to the new mod pack immediately, but it would be a decent opportunity to do so. Have it be in limbo. That is one way to handle it. Just have it be permanently stuck in hell. Not truly gone, but not really there either. Yeah, God, it is so hard to tell what the heck I'm even trying to do in this darkness. How much longer till the sun comes out? Where's the moon? How long have we been here? How long will we be here? Now, you know, let's just wait out the night. There's not really much I can do. And I can take a second to admire Snickerdoodle. Let's wait out the night. Any good campfire stories? Man, I should have saved the Erie Gauge War for today. For now. Oh, right, that reminds me. I need to look something up. San Juan Carco. I'm looking at O scale, parts and misc. Oh, there's an air pump. That's cool. It's not what I'm looking for, though. Don't need passenger cars. Brake wheels aren't bad, but not what I'm looking for. Where is this? Do they not have number plates on this website anymore? They've got air hoses. They've got tender ladders. They've got air tanks. Not seeing it. Strange. I'm trying to find a replacement number, thing. Whatever it's called. The thing that goes at the front of the train, but no. I cannot find it. I cannot find a replacement number plate. Been working on my own save, unfortunately. It's the original map. I'm having problems with the smelter yard. Got any suggestions? You know what? Hold on. I'll show off what my smelter yard was on the old, on my old save back when I played on the default map. Skyline Valley. It was very simple, but it was very effective. Okay, La Cringe. We want to go for this one. Boop. It came in from over this way, and there's a basic passing siding in this region. There's a little the track over here for unloading cordwood is default, you know, just the regular stub end spur. There's a nice big Y that goes out here. If I were to change this for a higher capacity setting, because this was basically you only run the train here and then you leave, because we had a big yard where we stored all the trains down at the freight depot. But if you're looking to try and make it so you store trains in more places, I would recommend a little yard over here, probably. Either that or maybe have a stub end yard on this end of the Y. That's what I would do. Number board? Could be a number board. I think it's a number plate, but I don't know what the name is. It's the thing that goes in front of the train that shows you the number of the train. I do, so I had to do a drill every month in the military, and we would camp in tents. Well, we were gathered around the campfire drinking bootlegged booze after marching 20 to 30 miles and doing other military related things. One of the guys decided to go to bed early. Well, a few minutes later, we hear "son of a beach," followed by several gunshots. We ran in his tent and asked what happened. Oh boy. This is gonna be a fun little story. Both? It could be both. It could be both. Snake slithered into his tent while he was trying to sleep, and was trying to get in his sleeping bag, so he pulled out his pistol and mag dumped it in the snake. Nice. Hopefully he didn't injure himself. I think it depends on the loco. Could be, could be. But I'm also trying to figure out a universal term in a way because I'm trying to find a part on a website where I can get a replacement one of those, so I'm not sure I'm going to find that part, unfortunately. We later chopped up the snake and grilled it. Tastes like chicken. Why does everything taste like chicken, man? The horrible nachos, apparently grilled snake. What next? Ice cubes? Apparently there's been this weird trend in China where they put seasoning on ice cubes. And sell it as street food? Like, what the heck is this, dude? Why would you want to eat that? Do you like brain freezes and jalapenos in the same sentence? Could say it's an ice way to snack. I only have 2 engines, Porter and Moscow, so yard isn't a problem yet, although my freight depot isn't made for storage of multiple trains. You could probably use the Porter down as like a switcher locomotive at the smelter. That could be a fun way to do things. Can't say a lot about stuff tasting like chicken, but I can confirm that cooking recently deceased animals can give them the texture of cooked chicken. The leg ones, not the nuggets or wings. Well, I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense. It's all just meat in a way. You know, I really should have placed the telegraph office down at the end of the line that we're going to have to walk back to once I'm done with this. Because we're going such a far distance just to cut down these trees. And it's not like we're even going to run a train this way just yet, because we still have to cut even more stuff down and do even more modification. Gosh, this is a headache. In the best way possible, but it's still a headache. Just got done playing Derail Valley / making a skin pack for it, so happened to catch your stream again. Ooh, nice, nice. Welcome to the stream, man. Welcome to the stream. I was planning to play Derail Valley today, but decided to do a little more Railroads Online just for kicks. I'll probably do Derail Valley later this week. Haven't done it in a while. It's a lot of fun. Though I really... I do need to, like, start a new save or something, because with the only military contracts, it's kind of... There's not much I can do. Boo, the 262T doesn't have the weird French couplers. Oh, don't worry, you can make them have the weird French couplers. There's actually a video out there of somebody running the 262Ts with Lincoln pin couplings. That was a pretty fun little video. Currently playing War Thunder while I listen. Honestly, completely valid. Sometimes it's just nice to have a little background noise as you do something. Gonna drop out for a bit. Got dinner. Ooh. Have good food, Johnny. See you in a bit. Also, before I forget, I am going to set a goal for myself this stream. I want to run coal from the coal mine out here to the ironworks, which really isn't going to be too hard because they are on the same route, but it's going to be a lot of building before we reach that point. If we ever have to wait out the night again, I have a game for everyone. Instead of combining stir with words, combine a storage unit with words. That'll be a fun little challenge to try. Get all the really bad stir puns out of our system. I went with storage unit, by the way, because stir was taken and I didn't feel like trying to make something too fanciful. I could try and change my @ to datav, because that is an old username that I use when my current username isn't available, because it's surprisingly one people don't use very often, but... Literally just stood for data save, but hey, it worked. It let me keep my geometry dash data. The storage unit is funny, you know, true, true. But also, come on now, bub, we gotta have the Geostar heritage. Way you cut down trees is amazing. It usually takes me a couple of clicks to chop down a tree. Oh, don't worry, I have that same trouble sometimes. Because what you want to do... I usually try and swipe vertically if a tree is giving me trouble. Like, for instance, here, I will click and drag, and bang, presto. Tree dead. No, TK, we don't need storage. That's scary. Rest in peace, Geostar. I don't know if you're actually dead, but I don't intend on finding out anyways. Haven't I told you, Bup? I actually got to talk to Cryo about it a couple of months ago. It sounds like the team is... it's disbanded. They're not building levels anymore. A lot of the people are still interact with one another, but they're not making levels, and the community itself is a little bit inactive. But, I actually got to tell him. Didn't I message you asking if it was okay to mention what happened with Hex? Like, apparently they didn't know about that. Well, now they do. It sounds like basically after I left, the team kind of lost motivation. For some reason, I am just consistently the glue that holds communities together, which isn't great because I am very calm usually, but as soon as I'm not calm, that's a big problem. Okay, we're back. We've built our route. Also, you know what? Chat, do you want to hear one of the worst pickup lines I've ever come up with? I just checked my phone for something, and I accidentally saw that horrible, horrible pickup line. Does anybody want to hear the hell which I have wrought upon this world? Might as well. Conductor Riz, go for it. I've already heard enough terrible things out of you. You're not wrong, Bup. You are not wrong. So there I was. Allow me to read aloud this line. Baby, are you a bear trap? 'Cause I'd love to be crushed between your thighs. It's so bad. I love it. I wrote it at 4 a.m. like 2 nights ago. That's it, I'm leaving. Talky line. There you go, chat. The best pickup line ever known to man. Please do not go to a bar, use this line, and credit me. A plague on your household and may your trains break down. Oh, don't worry, Bup, you're already a plague. Just come on over. We'll run trains together, it'll be great. I will 100% credit you. Oh god. I'm gonna be known as the really bad pickup line man that runs trades. Let's go. That's what I joined to. Yes, it is what you joined to. Welcome to the stream, Daniel. I hope you enjoyed the horrible, horrible pickup line. Hi, you. Hi, Katie. Quick, I'm gonna have to go out to a bar and, use that on somebody. Not to actually try and hook up with them or anything. I'm taken, but... It can't be worse than the Wasabi Senpai stories. I stand corrected. Man, I should have had the replay buffer on so I could have clipped this as a stream highlight. I'm gonna have to go back through the footage and turn it into one, man, just so... Not even gonna say the pickup line, I'm just gonna link them to the stream with the timestamp. Don't worry, I'll do the same. I'll be too ashamed to actually say it. I'll still want to show it off to somebody just to make them concerned about my mental health state, but... Baby, you must be a Rubik's Cube. The more you play with me, the harder I get. We're gonna slowly turn into, just really bad Really, really bad pickup lines. Although it'll probably get me demonetized, and I did get demonetized on the last live stream for some reason. Not entirely sure why, but you know what? It was worth it. Whatever the problem was, it was worth it. As long as you don't rename your channel. Yes, let me rename my channel to Bad Pickup Lines and Model Trains with with Stir. I just met my old classmates yesterday. You're one day off, my guy. Don't worry, I'll meet Bup. It'll be great. He'll just come over. We'll have landed. We'll have wasabi senpai, maybe, if I can convince him. We might have to go. Oh God, we'll have to get the gang back together, Bup. Get over Ronnie. I haven't actually heard anything about Ronnie in forever. Probably for the better. All things considered. I'm reminded of that one ASDF movie pickup line. Hey baby, are you an angel? 'Cause I'm allergic to feathers. Projectile vomits. That's another good one. Gonna dip, headed down to grade with the heavy drag. See, alright, Elk, have a good one, man. Have a good one. Bad pickup lines with Stir sounds like a really chaotic show you might actually create. Yeah, it's gonna be a competition. I'm going to invite my subscribers on, and you guys are gonna have to tell me your best, worst pickup lines, and I'm going to rate them on a scale of I'd come home with you to please get away from me, Green. An actually good pickup line I came up with is falling over onto somebody and saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to snag an angel on my fall from heaven." That's another good one that I like. I'm proud of that one. On a scale of ruin mean, I want a restraining order. Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly. I am so gonna have to edit this out as a stream highlight. We're about 3 hours into the stream. Somebody write that down and DM me it later. Okay, there's the trackage. So let's go ahead and, for the sake of safety and sanity, drop down a telegraph house, just real quick. Did promise myself I would participate in more events. Come on, Kay. Slowly we will build up confidence. The first step is always the hardest. Now there's a good pickup line. The first step is always the hardest. Oh my god. Perfect, perfect. Let's start off with 125 meters of track. Okay. Donk. Hopefully this is going to line up in such a way. I'm just doing a quick little test track. Yes. So that the track below is safe. Doesn't clip into anything. Let's go. This is going to be a pretty huge bridge. So thankful they added bridges and the ability to override saves. Those things are my favorite updates. I really like the new save system. It is so much better than the old one. I kind of wish we had it sooner, but hey, at least we have it, you know? Hey babe, where are you? Sorry honey, I had to go test out my pickup lines with the boys. That's totally not gonna get you into hot water. Baby, is your name Rose? Because I want to drown you while you watch. Or I want to drown while you watch, I guess. You know somebody's gonna steal that one and actually use it though. Hold on, I'm gonna go. I've never drank alcohol. I don't think I ever am going to. I have to go down to the bar and test out my pickup lines. Get in trouble with my girlfriend maybe, but at least I'll be able to know whether or not these would actually work in public. Part of my channel name is Titanic. Okay, no. Oh no. Oh gosh. This stream has been a wild ride. From concerns about shutting down the Minecraft server to Bup showing up and boosting this Discord server to really bad pickup lines to me suffering trying to just build this coal mine route for God's sake. We've been here for 3 hours and I'm still not done. I'm not even close to done actually. Okay, I'm getting closer to done, but whatever. 47.5. Going to eat, I expect to either be banned or have a role called shithead when I get banned. Don't disappoint me. Oh, don't worry, I'll disappoint you, Bup. It's my job. There we go. Your suffering has been the catalyst for the chaos. Exactly. Very true. Hey, baby, are you the Titanic? Because I want to go down with you. I'll be the captain of your ship, baby. Just give me one more night. Oh, no. Oh. Baby, they call me the... No, I can't say the... Oh. Baby, where it counts, they call me the iceberg because it's really big, cold, and it's going to wreck your inside. Oh, this is so stupid in the best way. Why am I piss yellow? I hate you so much. You're welcome, friend. Croissant, you have been missing out the worst pickup lines. Probably for the better that you haven't heard this garbage. But don't worry, I'll totally make it a stream highlight because this is so horrible. It's a good waste of time. Takes me hours to build. Hours plus build anything in Railroads Online. So if you know, very true, very true. This is a good way to pass the time as I'm slowly building out this network. Just by coming up with really bad pickup lines. Because we've been here for 3 hours and I still haven't completed this route somehow. And hey, it is something different from Snickerdoodle, but I do love Snickerdoodle. Snickerdoodle is such a cute little locomotive. I am proud of her existence and I can't wait to decorate her tomorrow. Because we're going to... I mentioned... TK, didn't I sent you that photo of the Model Works cabs? Yeah, we grabbed one of those. we got one of those for Snickerdoodle. One of those Bantam Model Works wooden things. And it'll be arriving tomorrow, and we're going to start the 5K sub special. I now have the difficult decision of either talking to girls about World War I trench warfare or using one of the lines from the last 20 minutes. Better yet, do both. Go out there, come up with horrible pickup lines, and at the same time talk to them about trench warfare. Tell them about the cool trains, like this one. Okay. Don't worry about the clicking noise. It's fine. Croissant. I think YouTube censored your message because you swore in it. I love the fact that we can post really bad pickup lines and YouTube won't censor it. But the moment that you say shit, it just doesn't do anything. Now we need to come up with a pickup line that uses World War I trench warfare as a backbone. Baby, are you World War I? Because I would love to dig out your trench and keep the battle going all night. That wasn't that hard to do. How much do you guys want to bet that at least one person is going to unsubscribe from the channel just because of the really bad pickup lines? Okay, so we're actually... That's it, I'm going back to jail. I've had enough. Oh, you're welcome. Your ears have been blessed today. Damn it, I was gonna type that pickup line. I beat you to the punch. Let's go. If it makes you feel better, I've been unsubbed for years. Oh, don't worry, bub. I knew that. Don't worry. I expect that fully. Alright, alright. We need to get a cutoff switch from this track over here. And you know what this means? We're actually getting really close to finishing this route. And we will be able to make it to the coal mine soon. That won't stop me from saying horrible pickup lines, but it will mean that we at least have done the job we were trying to do today. Also, Bup has posted something in chat over on Discord in the general chat. You should totally go and read it. It's totally I totally didn't do anything to his message. I love that that got censored. Let's go. Or maybe YouTube's not updating chat, actually. Yeah, YouTube's not updating chat. Because of course it is. Are you a World War I trench locomotive? Because I want to choo-choo all over your trenches. I do... Oh, Bup's line did still get censored because he was threatening to explode. Baby, are you French? Because you seem like the type to surrender in bed. I am stealing that and I'm using that with my girlfriend. She's gonna hate me for every second of it, and it's great. We like exchanging pickup lines occasionally, or I guess I should say, I like sending her random pickup lines just because it makes her laugh. And they're really cheesy and stupid. Playing Minecraft and I'm working on this desert village. There's a big railroad bridge and naturally there's a Eureka on it. We need a name for it. Got any ideas? It's currently, I don't know. You could take a page out of Thunder Mesa Studios if you want. And why not go for the... Actually, wait, no, that's the name of a locomotive. That's not the name of a railroad. Thunder Mesa Studios recently made a video converting a porter into a pretender porter. And he named the locomotive the You Are Doomed. And it's got like this Grim Reaper sitting in the middle of the car, or the middle of the engine, and there's a bunch of bones sticking out of the coal piles. It's a really cute little caricature. I love it. Baby, do you need a submarine? Because I could go down for you. Oh, gosh. We're gonna have a stockpile of amazing little, things to go things to make everybody uncomfortable. I wouldn't recommend that one, using that one, given the Titan incident. You know, let's turn that into a really bad, and tacky thing. Absolutely use that one because of the Titan. Yes, exactly. Use it because of the Titan incident. Baby, are you the Titan sub? Because I'd love to go home and use a game controller with you, and then explode, filling your insides instantly and wrecking you. Oh god, I am totally getting blacklisted from all the bars in town. Leave Johnny while you can. Yeah, hi Johnny. Welcome back. We're doing really, really horrible pickup lines. It is the best thing ever. And by the best thing ever, I mean I'm just laughing my ass off passing the time while we're trying to cut down all these trees. We're almost done though, actually. We're really close to getting this line cut down and ready to run. We're going to be able to run coal today, actually. We have the materials, we have the cars to do it. And we have the funds to buy a few extra cars to make it an easier time for... Well, actually, we don't even need to buy the new cars. I just said car like 3 times in 4 different ways. Here's a challenge for you. Make a pickup line based off No Home for a Hero. No thank you, Annie is underage. I know, not exactly gonna try and do that. Maybe with Ordakai, just because it would be funny to try and seduce a dragon, but... definitely not with Annabelle. Okay. We're probably going to need to get another telegraph office down because of the junction for this new line. Also, I've made a lot of bad sheep and goat related puns for famous people. Ooh. You know, that'd be really fun, because my school's mascot was a goat. Oh god, I've just thought of a really bad one. I don't want to say it because I want to save it for my girlfriend just to make her laugh. It's not as bad as the bear trap, honestly, but... it's still fun enough and bad enough that I want to save it for her. Y'all might want to pray for me. We had spam I misread that word at first. I thought it wasn't spam. I'm very glad it was. Spam burgers for dinner, and my lady literally just texted me a few minutes ago saying that the FDA has issued a oh no, a recall on spam. Oh boy. That's no good. Well, here is hoping that you manage to survive and that nothing bad comes of this. I don't think it'll kill you or anything. You will be missed, Johnny. Of course, immediately, as soon as I start saying, I don't think this is gonna kill you or anything, but it might make you sick for a few days, and immediately, you will be missed, Johnny. Leonardo da Vinci. Let's go. That's a good one. Expect an avalanche of out the poop snoot anytime soon. Oh, don't worry. Do you guys want to hear? Do you guys know about sugar-free gummy bears? Because if you don't, I'm going to have to read aloud a story. I am going to be obligated to tell you all a tale, which is unfortunately not my tale, but I don't care. I need to tell it anyways. Haribo sugar-free gummy bears. Yes, Mew, yes. The beautiful stories. Abraham Sheepkin and the wool. The wool house is honestly really good, especially because Minecraft wool is actually like white. I mean, wool in general is white by default, but could you imagine somebody making a life-size replica of the White House, but it's made out of wool? I've heard about them. Don't know if I want to hear any details. Oh, you totally don't, and that's what makes it so funny. Chat, should I tell the stories, the horror stories of sugar-free gummy bears? Should we make that into a stream highlight? It's not as good as the bear trap pickup line, but are they laxative or something? Johnny, how did you guess so quickly? Let me pull them up. The entire stream is going to be a highlight at this point, you know? Very true. Very true. Sugar-free gummy bear reviews. Alright. I'm recording this because it's too funny not to. You know, actually, should I wait until we're actually running the train before I do this? I guess it's not going to take too long till I start running. It's my last class of the semester. I'm reading a Amazon review, by the way. And the final exam was worth 30% of our grade. After a late night study session, I felt confident, but I had to decide between sleeping in or cooking breakfast. My eyelids chose sleep. My stomach later regretted this decision, and after several uncomfortable growls, I just finally decided to make a quick stop by the campus bookstore and grab a snack before my test. Since the semester was ending and everyone was going home for the summer, a lot of items were on sale, including the snacks and candy that they kept up front. Being in the hungry state that I was in, it felt only logical to pick the largest, yet least expensive candy in order to get more bang for my buck. And there they sat. 2 bags of Haribo sugar-free gummy bears. Buy one, get one free. What a deal, I thought naively. I would eat 1 bag before my test and 1 bag afterwards. As I walked to class, I gleefully chewed on these abominable little bastards, unaware of the utter mayhem that they would soon unleash upon my poor, poor anus. I sat down at my desk as the professor informed us that, due to issues with cheating in the past, restroom breaks would be prohibited until the completion of the exam. I'll give you 10 minutes to use the restroom now. This will be your last chance. Any takers? The demon bears hadn't released their unholy necromancy upon my stomach yet. So in my moment of ignorant foolishness, I remained seated, still munching on those miniature bear-shaped bombs. After the students, wise enough to take the professor's offers, had returned, the professor handed out the test. I was 6 questions in when it happened. It started subtly at first, almost like a slight tingly sensation in my lower abdomen. I thought nothing of it, assuming my intestines were just doing their thing. Little did I know that my intestines were trying to desperately warn me. Wait a minute, I lost it. There it is. Trying to desperately warn me of the horror that was on the horizon. By question 9, it happened again, but this time it was followed by sharp pain, as if those little hellions had orchestrated an attack upon my colon. I fought to contain the groan that tried escaping my lips. It was at this point I began to panic. Something was going horribly wrong. Oh, he said horribly long, actually, not horribly wrong, but I assume it's wrong. And I needed to get through this test before it got any worse. By question 14, my worst fear was upon me. The Satan bear's burning, hot, liquidy dark magic crashed against my anal sphincter like a tidal wave. I was able to close the hatch just in time, but those relentless toxic bears beat against it like orcs breaking down the doors of Helm's Deep. I knew I wouldn't be able to so much as shift in my seat without risking a breach. I kept fighting through my exam, clenching my cheeks with all my might. Beads of sweat began rolling down my neck. Suddenly, a loud, gurgling war cry came from my belly, and the entire class lifted their heads. At this point, nothing mattered except expelling this ungodly presence from my bowels. With 15 questions left, I promptly wrote C for every answer and ran out of the classroom. My professor yelled something, but I was too preoccupied with the volcanic eruption that needed to take place before I could find a sweet, sweet relief. I burst into the restroom like the Kool-Aid Man and, behold, the handicap stall was empty. Sun rays from the adjacent window shone upon it, as if it were a gift from God himself. It took me less than 0.5 seconds to undo my belt buckle, pull down my pants, and finally relax my wary buttocks upon the toilet seat. It took absolutely no effort to expel this demon. Almost immediately, the floodgates of hell were opened, and the damned, liquefied souls of an entire bag's worth of gummy bears cried as they burned through my sphincter into the watery abyss below. I have never felt such simultaneous relief and anguish in my life. After 30 more minutes of this, I immediately went home, dug a hole in my backyard, and burned the remaining bag of gummy bears. I leave with this. Do not, I repeat, do not eat these spawns of Satan. Not only did they cause me to fail my final test, but the anguish I experienced is something I wouldn't wish upon anyone, not even my worst enemy. The only place these godforsaken hell bears belong are buried deep below the Earth's surface. That's just one of the many stories on the Amazon reviews. It's glorious. There you go, chat. Give us another? Oh boy, let me see if I can find another. There's one really, really good one. Hold on. Where's the military one? Hold on. I would like to look at all reviews, please. I don't just want 5 stars. Maybe I need to look at 1 star. No, hold on. Customer reviews. Hello, I would like to see all customer reviews. Where is it? Oh god, these stories are long. Holy cow. It seems that Haribo has fixed the recipe, though, so we won't be having any more explosive diarrhea, unfortunately. For better or for worse. Yes, see more reviews, please. Let's go for 1 star. No, I don't want this one. That one's way too long. I think I prefer reviews of tungsten cubes. Oh, here we go, here we go. I work for a large company. We had a secret Santa thing for Christmas. I pulled the one guy I hated in the office, so naturally I wanted him to suffer, because I'm an awful person. So I get these along with his favorite sports mug for presentation. He opened the package and immediately popped a handful into his mouth. Moments later, his bald head was glistening with a fine coat of sweat, and his stomach was making sounds not heard since the shooting of The Exorcist. Standing across the room, I was casually washing, as he was just starting with a customer and couldn't excuse himself. Moments later, he doubled over, hitting his head on the desk, knocking himself out as his bowels evacuated through his dockers, shooting a fine spray of what I can only assume is a mix of plasma, hellfire, and skunk musk, not may on the wall. I'm not sure what that was. It's not I my? I don't know what that means. Anyways, on the wall, but the 3 co-workers next to him, they each in turn stared in shock as they were coated with a mist of evil. Then the smell hit, causing a chain reaction of vomiting eerily similar to the pie contest in Stand By Me. Soon, customers and employees alike were projectile vomiting. Long story short, I have to change some details for legal reasons, but I'm up on attempted murder with the WMD, several counts of aggravated assault from the spray and vomit fight, and he is in a coma from hitting his head. So it's not all bad. Hi, Jerian. What are you up to? Actually, wait a minute. I can leave the train up there. Now that Durian's gone. No, there's me that basically lives off 2 meals a day and is in a dilemma between feeding myself and saving $1 a day, although I didn't run 5 kilometers on a full bladder once. See, I'm also like that. I only eat like 2 meals a day usually. Hey, King. Trying to distract her and to get her off my desk, and it worked. She's jumped, she's away. I put a fidget spinner on the floor and put it on full spin. These reviews are better than some of the pickup lines we were creating earlier. Oh, don't worry, we can come up with more. Alright, chat, new challenge. Pickup line. Try and figure out something to do with these sugar-free gummy bears. I know. No. Don't do something like, baby, are you a sugar-free gummy bear? Because I'd like to eat you and then completely devastate my bowels. Don't, no, nobody do that one, please. I beg you. Does the spinner have a motor and control? Nah, it's just your standard fidget spinner where you just go ahead and you go in hume and whatnot. You just put your finger, you hold it with 2 fingers and use a third to spin it as fast as you can. So picked it up for like $2 at a store back in Michigan in 2020. We went to Michigan with my father. Maybe call me a bag of sugar-free gummy bears because I could have you screaming in a minute. Didn't think they were that complex. Yeah, they really aren't. I've got like 3 of them. Used to have 4, but one of them's kind of broken. But someone here is going to go out of their way to prove me wrong. I mean, it is a kind of creative design, but it's really, I think it's just a bearing with some weights. Now it's just giving me the horrible idea of, baby, are you a fidget spinner? Because I'd love to take you to no, hold on. I'd love to take you to work and play with you. I have accepted the fact that this stream is getting demonetized. I used to have one myself. Yeah, I actually... The funny thing is, I'm somebody who fidgets with things, and I used to fidget before it was like the cool thing to do, but I never got fidget spinners until everybody hated them. And people thought it was cool because it was me, you know, and I was the OG fidgeter or whatever, but they hated them generally for everyone else, so that was kind of an interesting little thing that happened once. Hey guys, you want to see something? So there's a fidget spinner. Now watch as Durian comes and gets it. She's mesmerized by these little things. Hi, cat. Baby, are you a steam locomotive firebox? Because I want to put my wood in you. Somebody's totally getting a restraining order on me after this stream. Make it better. Think about the boiler, man. Think about how you'll be filling them up with liquids. Hi, Kitty. How you doing, Kitty? Hi. I may be stupid. I forgot to even link this dang thing. Bro, the stream is really have Jaime from the cog in his buns. Jimmy, sorry, Jimmy. Baby, are you a World War I trench? Because I could unload rounds into you. Are you a target dummy at the firing range? What's she chewing on? Dorian, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to eat some of my graham crackers? I'm just putting Snickerdoodle up there for now. Not putting her on her side. Don't know why. Just aren't. Having a caboose on the front, it reminds me of this one train tender I saw that had a doghouse. What were even the doghouses used for? Like, I know what you're talking about there. I haven't seen them on any locomotives IRL, but I've seen photos. Anybody know why those existed? We're lined. Shelter for the head end brakeman makes sense. Yep. I forgot that there's sometimes brakemen on the front of a train. Hi, cat. So, I actually think we're going to have all the materials here to, what's the term? What am I thinking of saying here? Oh no, we actually need to get we need to get ourselves an extra stake flat. Right, I see. Because we need 4 pieces of raw iron, which requires 2 stake flats to get. Then we need... Then we need 1 car of rails and 1 car of beams. Okay, so this thing's stalling out. That's okay. Put on the handbrakes. Because then if we get a car of beams and a car of rails, we can do the coal mine really easily. No trouble, no problems. I may be stupid. Hello, Colorado. Welcome to the stream. It's been going good. We've been telling some really bad pickup lines on stream and some stories about the horrible sugar-free gummy bears. And I got a Locomotive yesterday, an 0-31. That's the thing that's sitting on the cat cam that looks kind of weirdly shaped. That's not the fidget spinner. So today's been nice. Hopefully we'll have a video out tomorrow talking about the Locomotive. showing off its like minimum radius, the actual dimensions, what the whistles sound like. Because there's 17 whistles on that thing, dude. There's also like 40 bells. It's insane. I love it. It's great. It's glorious. It's dinner time. Time for me to step out. See you if you end before I'm done. Have a nice one, man. Eat some good dinner. Get some good food. Thanks for tuning in. Oh gosh, Durian is messing with it. USA Trench 060. Actually, it's a 262. She's got some pilot wheels and some trailing wheels. She's one of the narrow gauge locomotives that they ran in the trenches, though. Yes, absolutely. Sugar-free gummy bears are disgusting. They made me puke. I can imagine. Stories we were talking about were things coming out the opposite ends of someone's digestive system, though. Because typically, they like coming out as a runny river of chocolate. Though, admittedly, they've changed the recipe since that, so I did those reviews that we were joking about and memeing about, but... I'm turning this around just so that the handbrakes are on the same sides of the car. Link her up. Perfect. So we're actually going to head to spawn in a second here because we have... Wait, actually, how much money do we have? We're gonna need to do some quick math. $892. How much would it cost? This is $200. 200 plus 200. Because we need two of these. Plus, isn't it 300? For the boxcar? 300, yes, yes. So it would be 700. Okay, yeah, we can totally go to spawn first. Perfect. It actually is kind of fun playing with these tier 1 cars. Maybe I need to do a playthrough where it's literally 100% tier 1 equipment. Like, maybe an exception for Cabooses, way cars, and snowplows. But, aside from that, you can only use Porters, Shays, and Montezumas. And only use these tier 1 cars? I mean, I guess you could also use skeleton cars or regular flats or something like that, but generally I think you'd want to stick to these. Could be a fun little challenge playthrough. Have some porters running around the map with like 2 to 3 cars each at a time. All this talk about gummy bears has made me want to go buy some. Not the sugar-free ones, obviously. What do you mean, man? You don't want the sugar-free Ass Ripper 9000? They sell 5-pound gummy bears. I've seen those before. They're insane. I can't believe ever eating one. I can't imagine ever eating one of those. It's just crazy. want to too, but I just got home and don't want to leave. Got a broken arm. Oof, that's no fun. You know, I've never actually broken anything before. Kind of impressive, and I've got a good track record. And I don't really want to, because I've heard people scream in pain from a broken bone before, and it was not fun. So I'm sorry for your injury, man. That hurts. That sucks. There's also a half-pound of Reese's Peanut Butter Cup. What? Okay, that honestly sounds kind of cool. I want that. Just the flex. But then again, I could go for the 5-pound gummy bear. I've broken a knuckle on my tailbone. Oh, I might have broken my tailbone, actually, now that I think about it. I've had a medical situation that I kind of haven't bothered dealing with. I really should. It's been like a year, and I've just ignored the problem, because it really hasn't been a problem since the injury, but... It's not even the biggest. They also make a 3.5-pound version that's as big as a pie. That honestly, dude. We need to buy one of these things just so we can have a stream where we do the worst cooking possible with it. While we're here, I'm gonna go ahead and place down a telegraph house so there is some quick transport to this Y. We're going to be backing up for a little bit because we have to get to spawn, but... Oh, that shouldn't be too... It's not too long a run, I'm not too concerned. Gotta get some food, see you around. Alright, Bob, thanks for tuning in to the stream. Have a good one, man. Have a good one. Just messing up. Don't know if you guys saw that. I hope you didn't. It's not the end of the world if you did, but just a little awkward moment. Okay. Oh, hell yeah. Let's go. 2:10 p.m. today. So around 2 hours ago now. The wooden cab for the 500k special has arrived. Let's go. So I am gonna cheat to re-rail stuff, but... because I want to get this train in order and there's no switches over here, but... It's at your house? No, it's not at my house yet. It's in the city though. It's in Portland, so it will be arriving tomorrow. They usually don't send out mail on Sundays. It's not their thing, you know. Saturdays, Mondays though, that's fine. Any tender first running? Nope, we did that last stream and we're not going to do it again. Alright, so I think we'll park the train. We will re-rail the caboose over here. We'll go ahead and we'll grab... Let's go for... What color were the other stake flats here? Okay, I guess we'll just go for 2 default colored stakes. And now we need a boxcar, which we'll paint up brown. Perfect. That's a little less perfect, but that is good. Perfect, perfect. Bobber, can we... Okay, there we go. There we go. Plonk, plonk. Put in all the links and all the pins. We'll do 1 handbrake just to get us some motion. Tender first is the Steam equivalent of running long hood first, and why do they do it, huh? Because some railroads were cheapskates and wanted to just run, like, didn't want to turn around their engines. We are not cheapskates here, though. We are people who like seeing engines running loco forwards. Tender first is a Steam equivalent of running long hood first. Well, I actually like long hood first running. It's kind of cool. It's kind of fun. Oh, I forgot to put the handbrake on this engine, on this thing. Whoops. Gonna have to back it up slightly more again. Alright. Link, handbrake off. We need to stop by the smelter again. Alright, let's eyeball. Band over here now in New Zealand, well, here in the United States, it's something that doesn't happen on big mainline trains. It only happens on small switching stuff. You know, when you've got one engine and it's the only thing you can reasonably do. So, happens all the time over here. I have one of the spiciest curves in my yard, and yet my Moscow would rather derail at the sawmill and head top first into a tree. Welcome to the wonderful physics of railroads on. Oh, that's right. I'm gonna have to drop a save once we prepare the run up this hill, because I'm totally going to derail several times, so... Switching locomotives has special drawbars designed for running tender first for extended periods. That's interesting. Why would you want a special drawbar for longer distance between the tenders, so it's easier to look off the side and see past it? Or shorter because it was easier to view since the tender was closer? Also, you guys realize what I'm gonna have to start doing pretty soon? We're already going to be at the ironworks by the end of this session. I'm going to need to start working on getting to the freight depot pretty soon. It's gonna be a long time to get there. But it's gonna be so worth it. The funny, you know? We gotta do the funny. If you haven't gone to the freight depot, how do you have a Glenbrook? It's because this is a custom map. And the freight depot is over here. It's on the edge of the map, and it's barely physically possible to get to. So, yeah, we kind of haven't been able to get there. But Spawn, we've got to Spawn. Spawn's easy to get to. No trouble there. It's entirely possible if you use the profit from facilities to buy it. Well, yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's what I've done. The thing here is more so that God, brain is stalled out. The problem here is that we're reaching the end game where the only thing we physically can do is run to the freight depot. Have you seen 4449? I've seen her. Well, I've seen her years ago, but I haven't seen her recently. Did something happen? Have a good one, Colorado. See you around, man. Thanks for tuning in, even if only for a moment. Oh, did I? Wait. 200, 200, 300. I thought we had 800 monies. Did I accidentally cheat and give myself a new car? Because if so, that actually might be really useful. 44.49 kind of overrated. Well, that's your opinion, and I horribly disagree with you. She's one of my faves. I mean, of course she is, because I grew up in the town where she runs, but... she's the last operating daylight locomotive. It's kind of a big deal. Plus, also, her paint job's just really beautiful. Had to search it up. She's a very pretty little locomotive. She used to run around here all the time, but unfortunately, there's been some problems with the railroad that she ran on, and they've had to say that they don't exist. There are some equally good-looking engines like her, like 611. Come on now. 611's nickname is the dildo liner for a reason. 611's not bad, but honestly, I'm just not a fan. It's just like all dark colors. It's not very interesting overall. It's very tame, all things considered. Well, what one is more famous? 44.49. I think in rail fanning communities, both are pretty equally famous, but I would argue the 44.49 more so. But I don't really care, because the fact is, I just like 44.49 more than 611. And I have ridden behind the 611. It's not like I haven't seen her in person. No, it's funny. I've seen both UP 3985 and 844 in person, and yet I'm not much of a Union Pacific fan. Welcome to the club, man. I've seen both of those ones too. Haven't seen 4014 in person though. I heard there's another big boy restoration. I doubt it's true, but it would be cool. Yeah, I doubt it's true too, because like, those things are huge. I mean, they're called big boys for a reason. How would you actually restore one of those things? The fact that 4014's in operation condition is kind of insane when you think about it. So, they're both kind of similar. Same wheelbase, same use, built with streamlining. Yeah, but the J11, like, the 4449 just has more class in my opinion. Or the 611, not the J11. J-class. Because it actually tries to do something more than just make haha train go circular and smooth, you know? It's actually quite a rough locomotive and tries to use its lining to create a diverse style that the 611 just doesn't really have. $39.85. I barely remember because I was in the small single digit age range. I think I was the same. She came to Portland, just stopped in a yard. We got to see her from a distance. I barely remember seeing her, but I had some fun just looking at the locomotive through the windows. Recently went to Lancaster and got to ride the Keystone and an Acela. Ooh. Super happy to have ridden one of the Gen 1s before they got retired. Also went to Strasbourg and it was amazing as well. Strasbourg is fun. I went there a couple of years ago. That was a blast. That's a very cute and fun little short line railroad to ride on. 10 out of 10 would recommend. Wait a minute. I might be stupid. I was supposed to uncouple this, not the caboose. I very much turned off the regulator, not on. Why did it keep moving there for a second? What have the RRO developers been up to recently? I haven't heard much on the game in a bit. Well, let's see. We got a lot of, like, bug updates and visual updates. We've got these tiny cars, for instance, that we're working with. No new locomotives yet, but it sounds like there's going to be a lot coming in the next update, including one I horribly despise. What else is there to mention? The latest update added in decorative buildings, props, and whatnot, and the devs are currently trying to fix a bug where hackers can get into your game really easily. After it happened to me on a live stream. So that's not fun, but they're working on it, they're working through it. Sounds like they have identified a strategy to help fix the problem. Oh yeah, the cat. I forgot Durian is not on the cat camera now. So we can put a snickerdoodle there. Hacker bug really sucks. I feel bad that it was on a live stream. Yeah, it's kind of really painful, but hey, fortunately, nothing super bad came out of it. I didn't get completely doxxed. It's kind of bad that the bar for good stuff is I didn't get completely doxxed, but the fact is, it's better than getting completely doxxed. Any plans for some sort of single player mode? I'm interested in the online parts, but I'd love single player too. Oh, I'm playing single player right now. Single player mode is just set the player cap to 1. That's it. That's all you have to do. Durian knocked over a calculator and I put her on the floor. Oh yeah, one fun thing here is a little weird thing that they fixed is link and pin couplers now work correctly. No piss cups yet, must be some kind of record. Oh, don't worry, Johnny, it's just because I've been building tracks, not running them. Donk. But if you look at the link here in between the couplings, it's really hard to see, but if I unpin it from this side, it updates to be correctly attached to this side instead, which is a really nice quality of life change. The links and pins will actually now stay correctly oriented. Gotta head out, I might be back later. Alright, Sheep, thanks for joining in. Have a nice one, man. Have a good one. Is single player harder than multiplayer? It always is, because inherently you kind of want to play with multiple people. Because more people doing more jobs means more money, means more progress. But if you're the kind of person like me who just likes going ahead and vibing and building track and listening to music or something, it is a blast. Just remember that sometimes you don't need to build the biggest railroad possible, you just need to build one that works for what you need. Because I remember on my first world, I built a massive yard to store 124 cars, and I never ever ran more than, like, 24 in a row. Somebody's message got censored. Not exactly sure why. Kind of a little too small for me to read right now in that version of the chat, but there might be a swear word in there, I don't know. Just remember there are swear words, and of course there are banned subjects where I've actively censored the words on YouTube, so that won't kill you or anything, but it will kill your message and it won't come through. Still building? Nope. We're actually currently running a train. We've finally gotten out of the slump. Multiplayer is nice, so you have a brakeman / switchman to help you with general train work. That is true. But also, there is the whole spiel of, you can just use Railroads Online Extended. And that can allow you to sort of cheat the system in some ways. Not in all ways, but it allows you to at least throw switches really easily. And remote control your engine. So in single player it makes the grind a lot easier and faster, but the engine you don't want. Ralston, maybe if that's why the message was censored, please don't talk about it. Like, there's a reason I don't want it, and there's a reason it's a banned subject in chat. And I know we've kind of had to talk about it due to it being mentioned by the devs and whatnot as actually coming forth soon enough, but like, there is a reason it is banned. running multiple trains at the same time is incredibly helpful for completing the game, as well as just good old-fashioned fun. Yes, that is the big thing you miss out if you're not doing single player, is just, it's fun to play, you know? Like, just fun to hang out with friends and do friend things, I guess. That's the one big downside of playing the single-player mode. You don't get to chat with people, you don't get to run 2 trains, because come on now, it's a lot of fun trying to run 2 Glenbrooks and have a saw-by meet, you know? If there was a map that was realistic to where the van Loco ran, it could work. Yeah, but I don't want to talk about this. I'm not going to get another rant. We've had the rant too many times for a subject that is supposed to be banned. So enough talk about that engine. Let's just put a can on that one. I don't want to talk about it. What I've seen on the official Discord, we're getting a few small engines that will make the player base both happy and angry. So I've heard. But then again, the player base just gets angry at anything that happens anyways. So... And you know, I guess I will mention one last thing about this. If this is the thing I'm going to be upset by, I think that's a pretty... It's a pretty small thing of. When are they adding an engine with trailing wheels? In the next update. Because they're going to be adding a 2H2. At least that's what they've said, so... Not sure if it's true. This is all rumors. I heard this from the devs, and I don't know if the people are trustworthy, but... Coming from a car-loving town, I don't have any train-loving friends. Unless I can somehow convince my online shooter and Mario Party-loving friends to play Railroads online. Hey, just join the Discord server. We often have a couple of people playing the game. It's good fun. We have multiplayer sessions where just a bunch of people, a bunch of strangers come together and hang out and vibe. It's good fun. Unfortunately, we haven't scheduled them like we used to in the past, but... people have been doing them anyways recently. Though, admittedly, with the hacking problem, we've been a little more secretive and careful with it, but... Trailing wheel engines is the Portal Type... Oh yeah, you're right, Speed. You're absolutely 100% correct. The Porter Type 2 has a trailing wheel on it. And so does the, so does the, 10 mile. Oh, I forgot to throw this switch really quickly. Because we're going to be stopping by Spawn to grab one final freight car. So... hope we get the DSP&P 286 Mega Bogey soon. It will give us a slightly more powerful engine that's more visually interesting than a 280 or a 282. Sorry about the noise, just moved my microphone. I think the Bogey on its own is reasonable. How powerful was the 286 though? There's this real weird 0440 from some tiny preserved railway in New Mexico, I believe. It's practically a double/articulated porter. I've seen that one. I don't remember the name of it. I saw it recently. It's painted up in some very kind of garish colors, but I like it. It's a really cool little 0440. Very pretty little engine. Cripple Creek and Victor. Yes, that's the name. That's the name. Sorry, 4 new engines. The 260 C25, K27, and the Loco we don't talk about. We don't talk about Bruno. We'll just call it Bruno from here on out. It had 14,000 pounds of tractive effort. That wouldn't be too bad then. Okay, okay. Though weren't only like 4 of them ever built? Then again, that hasn't stopped them from making a certain engine. Oh, but it's a 2-foot, so it wouldn't make it in. Oh, that's a shame. But hey, it's something I can model in ON30. There actually was a kit to build one in ON30 a while ago, but unfortunately, the guy who made it came down with dementia and can't actually do his job anymore, so he had to stop doing it. And so Backwoods Miniatures shut down, and now I am sad. Still rooting for a 242 since it would be perfect and we need anything else besides consolidations. Actually, on the subject of the 0440, it could be kind of interesting to maybe have multiple gauges. Where, like, 2-foot narrow gauge is generally cheaper, but it also just doesn't hold as much. But you can use it for maybe, like, light industrial railroads or if you want. That could be kind of fun. Would also be really hard to code in, and I don't think I'm going to suggest that to anybody, but... Oh, by the way, since I know some of you all are eyeing ON30 stuff, there's currently a porter on eBay listed at $112. It's DC, and it looks, it's been modified a little bit, but it's an 040, and it's a bidding war, unfortunately, but she's going to end in an hour and 30 minutes. So if any of y'all are really eyeing the porters for any reason, now might be your chance. Just joined your Discord. I hope to pick up Rares online soon while it's on sale. It's a fun game, man. It's good fun. A little bit buggy, of course, but they've been working through the bugs, and hey, now you can join in on the chaos when everybody's playing on like a Saturday evening or something. Alright. So now that we're here, let's go ahead, split. Hello, Cryptic. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I want the 460, and crazy enough, a 2442. Still gives you a big engine, but not crazy power. Yeah, that could be fun. That could be good fun, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see what the new engines are going to be like when they come out. Alright. Fifth and final car that we're ordering from over here today. Hopefully. So let's go ahead, put on the handbrake. Also, let's re-rail this in such a way, yep, that it's facing and aligned with all the others. Back it up slowly. We'll fill up that firebox in a second. I noticed it, don't worry. Rosen line is 2 in slightly less than 2 weeks, so the anniversary update is relatively soon. Ooh. Alright. Well, that'll be fun. That'll be exciting. Did I really miss, like, 3 of those throws? Are you kidding me? Sadly, it's 2-foot. There's some real cool There's some really awesome 2-foot stuff in Maine. The Forneys are amazing. There were some pretty cool, bigger engines, like a 282, that would have been fun. But those Prairies, the 044s, and the 244s are really fun. I like those. Fortunately, I don't exactly have one, but I do have the Trench Prairie Locomotive here, the little 262T that we're going to be... I guess I should say it now, just so it's on the court record somewhere. The reason I got the little Locomotive, the little 262T in the mail the other day, was because hopefully in a week, she's going to be the 5K sub special, where we overhaul her and make her look more American. So it's going to be... I can't wait to do that. It's going to be so much fun. It is going to be a blast to make Snickerdoodle. So over there is our Eureka #1 Hardline, who I haven't actually touched in a while. I'm not going to touch him for this job. Actually, maybe you know what? I might have to. I might have to fire up #1 for this job. that this train might be too heavy. Emphasis on might, though. We'll try it out with the Glenbrook and see if we can make it up the hill. How about a completely freelanced 0220 with the tractive effort of the Eureka? Oh gosh. I know that too many people would get pissy about the fact that it's not real and that they shouldn't have added it, and they just get salty. It would not end up well. Mount Washington Cog Railway has an 0220. That makes sense. But unfortunately on standard gauge, yeah, and also it's a cog engine, so I don't think we'd see it in the game anytime soon. Two things going against it. Like to see some freelanced engines, let the devs flex their creativity a little bit. We've got a community that would yell for the smallest inaccurate detail, whether perceived or actually inaccurate. Like, you know the hoppers in the game, right? We've got the East Broadtop hoppers, but we've also got these ones, and people are like, this prototype isn't realistic, and then somebody pulled out a photo, like one of the devs who made this pulled out a photo and proved everybody wrong, but it didn't matter to them because they were still so salty that they couldn't accept the photo was real. And it's a photo that I'm pretty certain some of you people have seen, because I hate to bring up Bruno again, but it was a photo with Bruno at the helm of a long train of, like, just a bunch of empty hoppers, really. Or were they loaded? I don't know if they were loaded or not, but people got really salty over something that they thought was unrealistic, but actually wasn't. It's real dumb. Check out Arduck Locomotives Works for some neat wooded model trains. Got a cool 2-foot gauge main forney. Ooh. Wooden model trains. I think I've seen pictures of those before. Not necessarily the forney, but just some of their work. Salt is strong. Yes, Salt is very strong. Like, bro, it's just a train game. Chill. Why are you so angry about it, you know? Also, why is my tender trying to jump off the tracks right now on this curve? Speaking of foamers, there's a new group of people called gatekeepers whose job isn't just to say people's trains aren't prototypical, they just straight up tell people their stuff is trash. Oh no, those kinds of people have existed for years, dude. It's not new. Gatekeeping is a well-known thing among many communities, and it's very much not exclusive to model railroading or just railroading in general. Some people really like things their way and will get salty if they perceive a slight to their dominance. I would love to pick up the little Amtrak wooden trains for my little cousin, but they're shockingly expensive. How expensive are they? Also, welcome back, sheep. Welcome back. The stream I'm expecting will end in probably like an hour to an hour and a half. That's my rough estimate. Because we have a pretty big train here, and we're going to need to run it all the way to the coal mine and to the ironworks, and I want to end the stream once we actually load the ironworks up. Which is not going to be easy when you're running a Glenbrook that goes 25 miles an hour and you've got 50-meter curves. But, hey, it's gonna... What the heck? Oh, right. If you hit Alt and then you hit Enter, for some reason it changes. You know that friend I bring up sometimes? Yeah, he's a bit of a gatekeeper. Like, whenever he comes over to visit me, the only thing he talks about is running his trains his way. Geesh. I can't imagine. I'm a little bit of a gatekeeper, too, in a way. Because I know I like running my trains my way, and I hate it when people step out of line for that. In Railroads Online particularly, but... Generally, your engine's your railroad, your choice, you know? Not my problem. Okay, let's go ahead and spin that up. We have a guy messaging Searchlight Sim saying that the AC-44 was too prototypical and too hard to just hop in and drive. Like, it's a simulation game, and the guy bought the most advanced and realistic model ever produced. And he starts complaining. Oof. Well, people have their standards and their wants. The wooden ALC-42 is around $30. Jesus. That's expensive. Hold on, what? But man, that actually looks really cool. What the heck? Those are so good. What? Oh my gosh, the C-44? This is so... I might have a new thing to get addicted to. There is this, there's actually this model railroading system. A modular model railroading system for wooden railroads. I might have to make a module for that system. To be honest, I haven't gotten to the coal mine yet. Placing tracks takes forever. Yeah, it does take forever, but that's why I kind of use Railroads Online Extended frequently, because I don't want to spend half an hour. I mean, I do spend half an hour building, but I don't want to spend a year, you know? But also, it's kind of why I live stream, because today we spent the entire day building to the coal mine, basically. You just actually have a set book of general operating instructions. You could be a real railroad exec. Trust me, I am aware. This is not the first time I've been told such a thing. Gotta do it by the book. Gotta make sure everything's good. Gotta punish people for Rule G violations. I would love to actually work on a railroad someday, but I just don't have the connections, nor really like the expertise. I guess I could go down and say, hey guys, I've done Derail Valley. Does that count for something? What I mean by new is I mean it's starting to become such a big problem that DIY and Digital had to make a video to tell people to stop because he's had a large amount of gatekeepers trash talking. Geesh. I could see a lot of people going onto his channel and gatekeeping. I've been looking into his channel recently, haven't really watched him a ton, only found him recently, but I've been loving the sort of content he's been doing. I feel like it is a little bit short for my liking, but it's really nice to see somebody who's actually trying to help expand the hobby by giving people the resources necessary to actually figure out how to build a model railroad of their own and what they want and what they should do. It's honestly something I kind of hope to do eventually, but I kind of need to focus on the Willamette and Port Carony first, so W and PK first, cool train ideas second. I'm not violating, you're violating, holding up a beer. Ready to chug it all down. If you can find a short line near you and work for them, the Class 1s have issues. There is a short line near here. There's actually 2 short lines near here. Though one of them is a very, very big short line, and it's owned by the Genesee in Wyoming, so I'm not really sure if it counts. But the railroads we have in town we've obviously got BNSF, we've obviously got UP, we've got there's some Portland Terminal Railroad, which is like basically the UP and the BNSF have made an agreement to run on each other's tracks, and those guys handle the trains running there. It's not an actual railroad, it's just an operational entity that makes sure everything is running smooth. There's the Portland and Western, I want to say? Yeah, the Portland and Western or something like that, which is a big Class 2 railroad owned by the Genesee in Wyoming. It's got like 500 miles of trackage. And then there is the East Portland Traction branch of the Oregon Pacific, which is roughly around 10 miles, I want to say, maybe like at most. That might be a high-end estimate. But it's like 5 to 10 miles, somewhere in that range. And it's a railroad that just interchanges with Union Pacific and then runs to an industrial park. Thurl, I violated that rule multiple times. Oh, I know you violated it multiple times, but fortunately, we actually have the ability to reload saves. So if something goes wrong, I just yell at somebody a little bit, and then we just fix the problem. Your tender was acting like it had a case of popcorn? Probably because it did, honestly. We had just had a guy get held out of service for attendance even though the carrier told him he had to lay off while he had COVID? Jeez. We love the bureaucrats who are in charge. It's so much fun. Yay. The people in charge can sometimes be really dumb. Though, I guess the people in charge of the Oregon Pacific are actually pretty smart. Not for a reason I enjoy, but they actually ban... You know how the 4449 hasn't been running recently? It's because the old owner passed away. Richard Samuels died at the age of 77 from a sudden heart attack in the middle of the pandemic. Sometime in like June, I want to say. And his sons took over the business. But the thing is, his sons are actually... The reason that the 4449 isn't allowed to run anymore is because they were kind of footing the bill. Like, the Oregon Pacific was footing the bill for the track damage every time. And the sons are like, yeah, we're not dealing with that anymore. You have to run lighter locomotives. So, that's why Polson number 2 is here in Portland. And that is why the Mount Emily Shea number 1 is getting hastily restored. Damn, rest in peace. I know, it's so sad, and it's such a shame that he passed, but not much we can do about it other than remember his legacy and be happy he was here with us. Though it is really weird, a lot of people died within the Oregon sphere of actual, like, railroad restoration and his history for some reason. Like, first, Monsieur... I don't know who died first. It was either Skip Lichter or it was him. But, sorry, brain died. Right. There was Richard Skip Lichter, and there was the other Richard Samuels. But there was a third guy who passed away around this time, Fred Kepner. So, there were 3 people who passed away. Originally, Pulson number 2 was going to wind up at the Oregon Coast Scenic, but they didn't want it because they were dealing with the Kepner collection, so they had to try and find somebody to buy it. The guy who runs the trains in the Albany and Eastern Railroad, the excursion trains down there, he decided to buy it, and he was going to ship it over, but then the Oregon Rail Heritage Foundation, which he is a major board member of, and now actually the CEO of, because he's running the engine, well, maybe not because of, I don't know the internal politics, but I would assume because of, they were like, hey, can we borrow that for a little bit? We kind of don't have an engine. And he's like, yeah, sure. So, apparently 3 people passing away in quick succession has led to a very weird combination of events. Is the Mosca the only train that has a custom bell? It might be. I haven't really tested bells very often. I don't use bells too often. I know it has a custom sounding one, doesn't it? Mentioned last stream that you would consider playing LSO. You might want to hold off on it as it runs on Unity, and the engine creator has been getting a lot of bad flack recently. So the problem with Unity right now is they're changing to a new system that is very, very predatory money-wise. And they're basically just being told, go back to the old ways, or else everybody is quitting you and you're losing all your money. So, inherently, I already own the game. It's more so the game itself that I would be concerned about, not the engine, because there's not much I can do about the engine, and I hope the developer is planning to change off of Unity, because it's a pretty big bad deal. But I can imagine that it's not an easy thing to do, so... Alright, boys. Let's... roll. Wait, actually, it's not roll. Let's check handbrakes on every car on this train, which I'm going to do an extended to speed things up. Okay, good news. No handbrakes are on. But let's go ahead and drop a save. Hardcore 10. Save game. And now... let's begin. It's almost like croaking causes problems. I know, right? It's almost like dying is bad for you. It's one of my biggest fears. I have the local HO club doesn't attempt to recruit people anymore, and unfortunately they're starting to lose members due to them passing. Yeah, I can imagine. Unfortunately for me, the club I'm a part of, I have not visited them in years. Hello, if you are a part of the Mount Hood Model Engineers, I am very sorry that I have not shown up. This is engineer who took number 37. I hope you guys are doing okay. I have heard about the hell with the buildings, and that you guys still haven't found one at the time of this recording. I am so sorry that I haven't showed up recently. I'm so sorry that all this has happened, and I hope you all are doing well. It's the biggest problem with any train hobby. All the old people die, and you have to wait for a new crowd to have their midlife crisis, or young people to blow their paychecks. Oh, don't worry, I'm in both of those latter categories. I have spent way too much money on the 262T project. But I'm also, I feel like I kind of am having a midlife crisis at this point in time. But hey, at least I'm having a midlife crisis doing something I love. And hanging out with cool people like y'all. Then again, I don't actually know if this is a midlife crisis. But I'm gonna say that it is anyways. To answer the bell question, the Mosca and the 10 Mile both have unique bells. Okay, okay, right, the 10 Mile does have one, doesn't she? Don't worry, I plan on moving to Oregon and working 3 days a week, so I'll have spare time to do choo-choo stuff. Yeah, go volunteer at the Sumter Valley. Kind of their fault, though, because they have the, well, once I die, it's not my problem if the club collapses mentality. Yeah. See, that's why I'm thinking of joining a modular club around town. Because modular clubs are really easy to move around, because, you know, they're modular, and everybody can pitch in and do their own thing. But since they go to train shows, it's a lot easier to advertise for new people to join in and run trains, right? I might actually contact the local ON30 club and see if I can join in somehow. Oh yeah, hold on. Switch is set the correct direction. Are you guys ready to climb the mountain? Accidentally started typing in YouTube chat, not DMing somebody. That's fine. No worries, man. No worries. I hope I'm not making anybody car sick with my sudden movements. I'm sorry about that. So I don't think we're actually going to get all that many things at the Ironworks today, but we are going to get enough to do something interesting, so... Tried to apply to a scenic road near me, but because it's an hour away, they didn't hire me. Oof, oof. See, the one problem with the ON30 Club is it is a bunch of people spread out over a pretty large distance, and so if I were to join the club, I might not be able to make it to every session, but hey, you know, that's another part of the fun of the modular club is if you're missing a couple of modules, nobody cares. You know? You bring out what you can bring out and you have fun. I'm working on that with cheap rolling stock and also having a school summer program. Basically, for $50 to $100, you get a 1x1 or 2x4 module, some track, flock, trees, and buildings. You could do T-Track. That's a great modular system to introduce people to the hobby. And you could probably also do one... Okay, Dak, you know how you're mentioning how, we should always try it. We should, or like, you're trying to find a way to introduce people into the hobby cheaply. Well, I've actually figured out a way to make a $500 model railroad that is not hard to build, that anybody could learn to do. And I'm thinking, eventually, we should have a YouTube series of just building that. I need to get into ON30, but I have an issue called money. Oh, don't worry, we all do. It's why just running trains online is my job. Oh yeah, you guys You guys remember how this part of the map looks, right? You guys remember how horrible the smelter, or not the smelter, the ironworks is? You know, it's so horrible. I'm going to cheat for a moment here to take a picture of it from above. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I did not throw the switch in time, but fortunately, we can still back up. It's not like we're gonna hit the end of the line here. Ah, yes, back when we were doing cheesy pickup lines, exactly. When we were doing those horrible pickup lines. Baby, are you a bear trap? I am so clipping that. I'm so making it into a stream highlight and posting it as a YouTube short. Anyways, allow me to show you what this looks like on Railroads Online Extended real quick. In fact, let me take a screenshot of it. Actually, let me move the engine forwards before I do that, just so it's sitting on the actual siding here. I'm not sure the entirety of this train will fit on the siding, but it is a very long train, so I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. Alright. You guys ready? Allow me to go ahead and select the cringe to extended. This is what it looks like from above. It's beautiful. It is the spin. So, allow me to go ahead and quickly turn on the flying cheat in extended. And let's also go ahead, we're going to set the weather to clear skies just for a moment so that I can take a picture of this. This feels like a classic model railroad experience, I'm going to be honest. And now we can go ahead, we can turn it back to random 420. It's perfect. What's the grade? It is 2%. All the way. So really, I tried to keep it to 2% from the very beginning, but... So I'm gonna park these cars over on the loading track. Why not just make RGS track and put like 1% in one area and 4 to 5 in another? That is what I would normally do. It's just that I'm trying to play this save like a player who wants to play efficiently. And an efficient player generally wants to play with 2% grades or less. So I've been trying to do that as best as I can and seeing how the experience is going. After all, it's how you have to thoroughly playtest a map. You playtest as though it is the worst experience, not the best. Or not, well, you playtest as though players are playing with the worst experience rather than the best, I guess I should say. I might be dumb. I started loading tools, we don't even have them yet. What is your favorite train? Which one are you talking about? Like, in-game, IRL, of the models I have? I'd have to say in-game, it's probably either the Glenbrook or the 10 Mile. I really like the Glenbrook just because of the star you can put on the front of it. It's also a nice, weak locomotive with good speed to it. The 10 Mile is also a nice option, though, because it's just very pretty. I like it. Very beautiful locomotive, and got a little more power, so. Of your models other than Snickerdoodle? It would have been Snickerdoodle. That's a tough question, because I think there's multiple answers. The Owen-30 Mogul, we're working on one of them and turning it into a more industrial locomotive. Like, it's still a Mogul, it's still a mainline engine, but it's got a more industrial vibe and feel to it. I really like how that one's turning out, and I'm proud of it. You know, it's the first engine where I've actually modified something on it, and I'm really happy with how it looks. It's not finished yet, we don't have a video ready for it, unfortunately, but there's an N-scale Mogul I really like that I picked up years ago. And the locomotive handles for a 6-inch radius. And so we've been building a model railroad for that one. I really like that. It's hard to say which one is my favorite engine, you know, but there is the 282. I've got a DCC Sound Heavy Mikado in N. That one's a nice one. I like that one a lot. That was my first sound engine ever. And I'm going way too fast around that curve. I am very happy only the tender jumped the tracks. Never mind, we had more derailment. Hey, well, you guys don't have piss cups, so you can't actually piss cup me properly. Haha. Nobody's bothered to actually become a channel member, so there are no proper piss cups today. Suckers. The last one I can think of, we got an E-unit the other day that's this really smooth runner. It's a, it was a Great Northern E-unit that we picked up for 40 bucks. Very smooth runner, very nice little loco. Like how that one's turning out, too. Normally mode is substitute. It's not an effective substitute, though. Was it a Proto 2000? No, actually. It was, I want to say it's a Concore, actually, of all the engines out there. But it was a surprisingly good runner. It didn't look the best, obviously, because it's a Concore, an old one too, but it's been nice. Should look in general, Stir. I got you something. I'll look at it after stream. It's usually my general motto for all this stuff. If it's something that's not like life or death, it'll happen after stream. One of my bucket list goals is to have the entire consist of the Amtrak Empire Builder and HO just for display. So far, I have only one Superliner. We're actually working up to that in N. We don't. I think we actually have the consist for the Portland segment of the Empire Builder. That's pretty cool. I don't know if I should be impressed by the stream length. Anyways, I finished my homework. Alright, Kay, have a good one, man. Have a good one. Thanks for tuning in. Don't worry, this is kind of stream length was normal back in the day. Back when I first started streaming these games and whatnot. We would go on for how many hours? Promise you it's very relevant. Well, if it's relevant, you wouldn't need to beat around the bush about what it is. What was the longest? 10 hours? It was 9. It was that, the one where we did the challenge run or whatever. I still haven't edited that down. It's gonna be so long to do, dude. Jesus. Somehow got my hands on a Concore HO Galloping Goose for 130. That ain't bad. I did find a Galloping Goose in ON30, but it was also kinda like $300. And it was painted in Santa Fe colors for some reason. Regardless, proud of the Concore engine I got. It's a very nice runner, very pretty engine. Well, okay, maybe not the prettiest engine out there, but pretty enough, pretty for my liking. And it's actually like the 7th piece of Great Northern equipment we got, even though I don't really model any specific railroad. So that was pretty interesting. We've got so much Great Northern equipment. Donk. Link. Oh, we've got handbrakes on this. Okay, okay. That's easy to fix. Alright. Perfect. Let me drop a save before I hit the hill again, though, because don't want to derail and suffer. And just in case we do, save game hardcore 10. I know that's overwriting a save or whatever, but yes, override hardcore 10. Continue, and let's begin. I'm gonna have to be a little more cautious with the regulator, though. I don't want to overspeed and break everything again. Did I really forget a handbrake? Not a handbrake, sorry, a link and pin. Did we double link, maybe? If anyone in chat wants to get into model railroading, I recommend Trains. It's a great program to decide if you really want to get started, and it's a great planner, too. See, my only problem with Trains, as a sort of way to tell if you want to actually do model railroading, is people forget that model railroading is as much modeling as it is railroading. And so, like, yeah, Trains is cool and all, and you'll have fun running the trains, but you kinda don't get the experience of figuring out whether or not you like doing the painting and all that jazz. So, what is your worst crash in Railroads Online? I think it has to be, we were playing on the Malta Eastern save a long time ago. And suddenly, I mean, it wasn't really a crash as much as it was a bug, but suddenly the train decided to launch itself to space, but nobody noticed. And so we spent half an hour trying to figure out where a single steam engine went. But it turns out it had gotten launched at 206 miles an hour into the skybox. And it got launched to the other side of the map. The worst crash I ever had, I think, has to have been the one on Luna Ridge. It was the Pegger playthrough. The one during the episode where I forgot to record my own audio, and it, the train exploded so hard that it legitimately went from one corner of the map to the other, like a single car did. And everybody got launched to space. It was good. It was fun. It was horrible. Didn't know that Railroads Online has a skybox. Yeah, it does. We have hit it multiple times at very fast velocities. Speaking of fast velocities, this might smash, derail something. Okay, we're good. We're good. Now that that's linked, brakes, brakes. I think those were all the brakes I set. Never mind, I set more for some reason. Alright, and brakes. We'll save over the hardcore 10 again, just cause, yes, hardcore 10. Have you ever had tender problems? Yes. But, I mean, like, obviously, we've been having them during this session with the train running around such tight curves. What mic do you use, by the way? I've been looking to purchase one, but I don't know where to start for a good price. I got myself a Samsung... Sorry, Samsung, not Sung. S-O-N, not S-U-N-G. Samsung Q2U. It's been pretty good to me. It is a formal looking one of these things. And previously, Rolston? No, we're not doing that. And honestly, I'm kind of getting so tired of this that if you do this again this stream, I'm timing you out till the end of it. But the microphone I had before that was a Blue Snowball. That one was about $50. It was a pretty good microphone. Didn't have perfect quality, but it had reasonable quality for the price. The Samsung Q2U is generally better in my experience because it's just slightly better quality overall. It's not perfect, obviously, but it's nice. And it's got better noise canceling in it. Well, that just happened. I knew I should have. I tried to stop sooner, but I didn't. Why is this tree not cut down? There it goes. Worse than me in the 48-bit. You know, entirely true. Entirely true. At least you show some restraint. Alright, brakes on, brakes on. You know what? We're just gonna reload a save. I did save for this exact reason. It's the entire purpose of why I did this. Alright, host server. Alright, 10. Perfect. Block the tracks with a telegraph house. That'll stop them. You know, it is true. It will stop them. What editing software do you use? VSDC. It's free software. It's pretty robust. It's not perfect, you know. It doesn't have literally everything you could ever want, but it's got enough to do the job. And I've gotten used to it. Apparently, it's a lot different compared to most editing software things, but it works. Gets the job done. What would you love to do now? Welcome, Clasher! Did you miss the pickup lines from earlier, Clasher? Were you not here for that? Just remember to cut down that tree. Trust me, I'm doing that right now. Don't worry, don't worry. We hopefully won't derail. Okay, well, then you'll just have to know, you'll have to learn it the hard way by waiting for the stream highlight to come out. I might not do a stream highlight because I am a little bit lazy, but I'll try. I will do my best. Why does the tree not want to be cut down? Hello? Okay, we got it, we got it. Got that one too. This one I somehow didn't get. But it looks like this one might not be easy. Okay, we got it. We got it. Alright, well. Here she comes. Good old trike. Also, why not run a double header, but the engines with one smoke box leading and the other face to the cars? Rolston, honestly, at this point, I think that is your last and final warning. I like running my engines facing forwards, and if you cannot accept that and you want to constantly try and convince me to do otherwise, I will not bend to peer pressure and I will mute you. Have you ever shot a tree into the skybox? Yes. Yes, we've shot trees into the skybox many times before. It's good fun. Also, welcome back, Mew. Welcome back. The stream isn't over yet, but we're kind of reaching the end. Because we need to hit the coal mine, and then we're going to come back down to the ironworks. Back when the old V-Rail glitch still worked, me and a friend sent a handcar into the skybox and it hit with so much speed that it crashed the game. Nice. I am taking it kind of slow for the record, because I don't want to derail again. Twice is more than enough. But also because I know there's like 30-meter radius curves coming up. And also there's a tree. So I guess it's a good thing that I made sure to go slowly. Get out. Pop. Pop. Well, we didn't derail? What? How did we survive that? Excuse me? Well, I mean, I'll take it, but I was not expecting that to work. But it did, and I am very grateful. The Lorax has forgiven us. Don't question it, just get answers. Exactly. Exactly. See, the nice thing about doing this is we actually get ahead of the locomotive. And so we're able to take screenshots looking back at it. Like, for instance, from here. This would be a great vantage point if there weren't so many trees in the way. Well, the train is slowing down here. Tender breaks off. Fire is flaming. Oh, I guess we weren't going strong enough, huh? That's a good picture. Gotta leave for a sec. Might be back before the stream ends, but we'll see. Might not. We might be done by the time you get back. Depends on how long it takes for you to get back. Well, have a good one, TK. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. I'll be back. Alright, have a good one, sheep. Hopefully you'll make it back by the end of the stream. That's a tree. That is a tree that has decided to leave us. Thank God. Thank you for your service, Mr. Tree, for not getting hit by a train at 20 miles an hour. And then again, would it be worse to get hit by a train, or would it be worse to jump to your death? You know, after talking about a guy who died from a heart attack earlier in the stream, maybe that's a question I don't want to ponder. Just saying. Nice and easy. I think it depends on if you see the train coming and have time to think about your death, because you definitely will have that time if you jump. Oh gosh, you're right. Absolutely correct. Morbid question, but I think you have given the correct answer here. Well, that's another tree. That guy doesn't want to jump, though. What's running double headers like in single player? Is that even possible? It is either jumping between locomotives constantly, like you go from one engine, you run along the running board, and you jump into the second one's tender and grab it. Or you can just use Railroads and Line Extended, and basically Railroads and Line Extended will allow two locomotives to use the same set of controls. So if you have a lead engine and a back engine, the lead engine will command what the back engine is doing. That's going to be bad. Okay, it's not going to be bad. We're safe, we're safe. Maybe save it the next time you stop and clear a tree. Oh no, I could. That would be the smart thing to do, but we are not here to be smart. We're playing a hardcore world. What do you expect, you know? What is Railroads and Line Extended? It is an external cheat tool that allows you to do a lot of things. Here, I can show you what it looks like, actually. I've got it open right now. I'm not using it, but I've got it open. La Cringe. If we go into... You can get a track map that shows you where your tracks are actually placed. And where your trains are, too. For instance, here at the sawmill, there's the Eureka and the little way car. So it can show you the route you've taken, the topography and whatnot. Like, that's how I got this little thing earlier. Admittedly, this is, I kind of forgot to reset Extended. This is before we quit and reloaded the save. But it allows you, if you want, you can click on your locomotive and open the controls and then control it remotely. You can also go into a player list, although the player list isn't active right now because of the reset. And you can select a player and give them more money or more XP. It's both a cheat tool, but also a helpful resource for like single player worlds. It is an external third-party download, however it is free, and it doesn't modify your game directly, so it does abide by the TOS. So well, I guess it does modify the game directly, but it does so in a way which doesn't actually permanently modify the game files, just sort of like temporarily modifies the code by injecting some into it. So Hence how we make money. You are running passenger trains. Exactly. That's how we make money running our passenger trains, basically. Is by cheating it in. And then, because it's the only way we can. I once ran 2 porters back to back. It worked pretty well for going between cabins. I once, a long time ago, ran 2 climaxes back to back. And this is kind of the reason that I don't like Bruno, because I have learned my lesson from running 2 climaxes back to back and running 30-car trains, in just how much of a painful slog it is to do and how annoying it is. Are there any plans to have proper passenger operations in the future? They are adding a passenger car in the next update. Don't know if they're going to be adding actual passenger operations, but at least we'll have a vanity car. Speaking about the back-to-back locomotives, one fun thing that could be done is back-to-back shays. Get yourself 12,000 power. Speaking of which, I'm taking a 20k loan from Speed's Railroad to get a Heisler to go up my insane passenger route. Fun. 20k though? Why would you need 20k to get a single Heisler? The heck? That's all. Is it like something where Speed is ripping you off? For Betsy's back-to-back, take it or leave it. The ultimate fairly. Alright, boys. We have almost made it to the coal mine. After all these years. No, I want to see if anybody's going to be able to figure out, just based off of that screenshot, where the heck these photos are being taken. Because this is... I don't think I've ever seen anybody go over here. Ever. Don't bring up Big Boy, the weirdo who spams will be back. That is true, unfortunately. Now the question is, will we be able to fit all these cars in the passing track here in this little runaround? I think the answer is yes, it looks like it. Oh yeah, totally, 100%. And that allows us to go ahead and turn on the brakes. May I ask what the context is for the Big Boy spammer? There was somebody who would join streams, or I guess they still kind of do. They were here earlier today. Where they would constantly say the same thing, like Big Boy 4884 Railroads Online, as if it were a question. Can you ban them, sir? They're just annoying, and I don't know if they're even a real person. I think they are a real person. They just might not speak English as their native language. I really don't like banning people, but they are rather annoying. It's a question and the answer is no. Exactly. It's so... And they keep asking random questions like 264, 462, 260, 080, 082, railroads online. And it's like, dude, can you actually contribute to the conversation rather than just spamming these questions that aren't even really questions? So... Alright. We are here at the coal mine. God, that's an excellent screenshot. I love that. So I think we're going to push the caboose onto a spare track real quick. Then we'll get around to... We'll get around to unloading and loading these cars. Listing random white notations in Galaxy Anime Railroad the first time they joined. Yes. They were spamming something about a 6884, which I believe is a locomotive in an anime of some kind, some train anime, but... I really don't like the kind of people who seem to send the same message because I didn't get to it. Especially if it's like a message that was only sent 4 seconds ago. Like, bro, I'll get to it eventually, or maybe I'll ignore it because I'm not interested in answering the question, but whatever the case, you spamming it just makes me want to answer it less. So if they do come back and they keep it up and they don't seem to understand or get the point, I probably will ban them next time. Not this stream, because I don't want to go back and try and find them just to ban them, but... It's getting a little bit tiring. Wait a minute. Oh, this is a perfect opportunity to get an excellent screenshot. I'm gonna take a small detour from doing the switching to try and line up a screenshot with the Glenbrook. Just the silhouette against the night sky. Which I think I can do. Up here. Let's see, where's the bridge? So there's the bridge. I think for this bridge, you know what? This will be a vantage point. Nice. Those are some clean screenshots. I like those. Also, I just realized that the star is highlighted when you're looking at the headlight, and that's cool. That's kind of fun. I wish I was around during UP's superpower era. Seeing all the massive locomotives must have been a sight to behold. It would have been really interesting to see actual variety, but... Alas, that time has come and gone. What do you set the industry difficulty in physics to? Hard, or sorry, realistic industry, not industry, realistic physics, medium industry, because I do not like running hard or easy industries. They're just boring. Some lucky guy managed to catch 39.85 pulling a 115 car double stack intermodal in the 90s. Ooh, that's got to be a fun train to capture on camera. Could you imagine being there, seeing 39.85 coming, and then all of a sudden, just a massive train behind it all. Alright, linked. Meanwhile, I'm just too lazy to change it every single time I load the game. I personally just have gotten used to doing it. It's kind of like adding a password and setting your player limit to 1, you know? Please do not post your age. I mean, be careful about posting your age, but if you feel comfortable and feel like we're not going to scam you, that's a fine thing for people to do. I'm not going to tell them they can't or won't or shouldn't. But of course it is good to practice internet safety, but... probably the most hated rail fanner of all time because he was the only one to record it. I don't think that makes him hated. That's just like something really cool, I'd say. Like, if you got the recording and you're sharing it with people, why should people hate you for it? Like, what? I read that those containers were all empty to not put too much strain on the locomotive. Not quite as impressive with that knowledge. Yeah, but still. Pretty cool to see it, even if it's just for show. Alright, there go the beams. The beams floating in the void. Alright, so then all we need to do is unload the rails. We can start loading these cars. We're not going to be able to carry much coal, admittedly, but not like we really need to. Donk, 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 donk. We are already positioned below. One, two, three. It's one car loaded. I'm back. The beam's hilarious. It's great. It's just floating there. This is what I love about custom map making, is sometimes you see the goofy stuff like that you're never supposed to. They really don't want to remind us that Steam is kind of better than Diesel. Big Boy can do the work of 2 to 3 modern GE locomotives. I mean, that could be true, but is that a rendering glitch? No, it's just that there's no ground beneath it. It's actually rendering correctly, it's just that it's designed to render at a specific area of the map, and this is not that specific area of the map, so it renders weirdly. Coal cubes, is that a render glitch? No, that is not a render glitch. That's normal. Alright, we might have to end the stream kind of soon. I do need to start worrying about dinner, and I have a video to record with Snickerdoodle. Because, you know, I'm going to try and post a video showing the tightest minimum radius curve she can go for. Because she can handle 9-inch radius. It's kind of nuts. But I'll want to have to get that out tomorrow, I hope. Get it out on Monday morning at like 4 a.m. Alright. All that set. It's time to go downhill. Not very fast, though. We're gonna be trying to do it slow. Gotta be careful. But I'm back. Have any shenanigans occurred? Not really. We're just heading back down the hill to go and get that ironworks going. Going all the way back down. Did you handle a 9-inch radius pulling anything? I forgot to ask before. So the test, we actually didn't have her running on her own power. I kind of just pulled her around a 9-inch curve. But I did hook her up to an HO scale caboose that roughly translated to 19 feet in ON30, which is only like 1 foot larger than the 18-foot cars Bachmann produces, and she was able to haul them around just fine. Admittedly, we kind of need to do another test where we actually have her under her own power, but it looks promising. Gotta go. Bye. Alright, Sheep. Thanks for joining in. Have a good one, man. Have a good one. Reading 2102's video where the whistle is drowned out by the stack talk is a great video. 2102 is the American Freedom Train engine, right? Because that was actually one of the default whistles on Snickerdoodle. I don't know why, but it did actually sound really good. I personally prefer the other Reading whistle they have. That's the one I've chosen to go with. Yeah, it was like a Reading Hooter single chime or something like that. It sounds excellent. $2101, I think you mean 2102. Was the Freedom Train. Unfortunately, she doesn't run anymore. Yeah, I've seen her. She is in a very sorry state. We got to see her when my father and I went out to the B&O Railroad Museum. Jeez, she's got rust all over her. Can you real quick save and send it? No. I am not sending it. I am not cleaning up that derailment, even if it's just a save. I do not want to have to deal with that again. I've dealt with it too many times on stream before. We're not doing it a second time. But, you know, the Reading whistle, the second one was really good. The 2101 wasn't bad either, but I like the generic one a little bit better. It was really nice. It was really sweet. And if you guys want to hear what that whistle sounds like, so you can know what I'm talking about, I will send a video in the Discord of the trench locomotive using it. .2102 is at Blue Mountain in Reading. 2101 is the cheesiest. I assume you mean the Chessy one? Wait, huh? Hold on. Let me quickly look that one up. No, 2102. Huh. Yeah, 2102 is over there. You're right. Guess I was wrong. Surviving sister that was recently restored to operation and runs at the Reading Blue Mountain in Northern. Okay, okay. So I did see 2101. Then. Got it. Reading 6 chimes are a bit shrill for my taste. Dude, Johnny, you are going to hate the whistles that are on the, like, the trench locomotive whistles. They are so shrill. The Reading 6 chimes or whatever seem tame by comparison. It's insane. Actually, I really like the Reading 6 chime anyway, so. I think it's the Reading 6 chime that they have in that. I'm not sure, but the default whistle, I mean, the default whistle is better than some of the other trench loco whistles that they have listed, but man, it is so shrill. Let us hear a clip. You'll have one tomorrow in the video. But I will also send a video of the trench locomotive with multiple whistles on it. So, Banshee whistle for the scare factor. It does have a Banshee whistle. It's got a Pensy Banshee whistle option available. That one's better than the trench engines in my opinion, but it's still a little jank, so not my cup of tea. Does anyone remember how many pipes this produces per cycle? Isn't it 8 per cycle, something like that? Oh god, we might be hitting a sharp curve here. Train's not derailed yet, so that's good. We're not jumping off the rails. Doesn't the decoder also have a few LNER whistles? I know they have a couple of British whistles. I don't know if they're LNER, but I do know that there was a London... Oh yeah, right. That's literally what LNER stands for. There's one LNER whistle. It's pretty good, actually. I like it a lot. It's not my favorite of the bunch, but it was for a while. It fits in very well with the locomotive. There's also a Southern Railroad whistle. I think it's a British Southern Railroad whistle. Not entirely sure, but... You'll see them all tomorrow. I like PRR K4 whistles and M1A whistles. Haven't heard those ones. I guess, though, I could, because my father's got a K4 on his layout. Oh crap, I was 9 minutes behind. Jesus. That is a huge jump fly. Oof. Alright. We're here. And you know what that means? We actually want to switch out the tracks a little bit first. Or switch out the train before we quit the stream, but we're almost there. YouTube apps likes to save the last place you were watching from and present it as the current, unless you tap the live button. That's kind of stupid. Why? Well, at least you figured out that there was the problem, I guess. It makes sense if you're watching the stream after it was live, but if you're watching it while it's still live, why would it? Yeah, that's dumb. Having a British whistle on an engine meant for the French, that's blasphemy. Look, the French surrendered, the British just took over and gave them a better whistle. The thing is, actually, these locomotives were originally designed for the British. So... Who was it who was looking for the 009 version, by the way? Did they find that? The HON30 one I found and sent? I do love the jank of this little area. It's so cute. It's excellent. Alright, bring her to a stop. Unload the coal. Pull her backwards. I guess really push her backwards, but whatever. I think we're about to hit the buffer there. Can we unload? Well, we can obviously unload these. That's easy. Is this close enough? Not quite. We're gonna have to back it up a little bit more. Right, that's right, the Brits did use them. I just forgot that just because it was meant for the French rails doesn't mean that it was used by only the French. Exactly, exactly. It was used on French territory, but there were so many fighters. It's got a generic European design, but I think the original design, which was a 460, was ordered mostly by the UK wartime department or whatever. So... Alright, we'll park the engine here, and now we've got a boxcar to load. We've also got some pipes that we can load eventually. Only 4, though? Okay, that's not as many as I was hoping to have, but hey, that is a cycle. That is enough that we can actually get some oil barrels running, so... Hey, something. God, that car is so tiny. John Robertson could bench press that boxcar fully loaded. Not wrong. You're not wrong. Alright, and that's the last crate. And there we go. Let's go ahead and close the doors, and I think we're going to call that a stream. We've got everything we wanted to do done. We've gone to the ironworks. We've delivered all this stuff. Got our locomotive. Pretty old trike sitting here ready to run. I think that's pretty good. Let's just go ahead. Hardcore 11. Thank you all for joining in today. It has been fun, as always. I hope you guys are excited for the 5K special, because we are starting production on that this week. I hope you guys will enjoy tomorrow's video, of course, with the actual, with just the specifications for the locomotive and random information I wanted to know. And I will see you all around, probably in the Discord, as I do have to post those videos. So, cheers, everybody. Have a good one.